Good job, King.
Hey, Cosgrove, how come you never got married?
Because I like meat too much.
You could be married and still eat a lot of meat.
I didn't know that.
Ah, it seems we have a guest with an intriguing destiny. This place exists between dream and reality, mind and matter.
Yo. Thanks, Gahi, for the tier 1, 34. Big. Welcome to, EverQuest of Monday. Holy. Somebody call the old folks home. Jesus. Let's take a stroll through Japan real quick. How you guys doing? I myself am doing great and terrible at the same time. It's story time. Long ago. Right after I got my new work computer. As it happened. EverQuest emulator, EQemu, would no longer work on it. The processor, the CPU, was too powerful and also too weird. I heard you have problems with this if you're on AMD, and you have problems with this if you're on some kind of workstation shit. And since EQemu runs on old versions of EverQuest, this had been patched on live, but no one made a patcher for the game files, right? And then lo and behold, I checked the other day. Some fucking nerd finally did it. They made a patch. And it works. We're playing EverQuest. Our knees might not be very far on... Yeah, we might not make it very far on the walk. quite true. Anyway, the shit works, and I found a server that has been getting a little bit of traction recently. The type of traction such that I think it's the most populous EQemu server ever, and that includes Project 99, all those types, everything like that. It reminds me of a few different other EQemu servers that I played on a million years ago, hopping around. Except this one's much more well thought out, and it took off. Sometimes, you know, good ideas are a dime a dozen. You can have a good idea that's worthless. It's implementation. It's the hard part. And it's happened to take off versus not happened to take off, which is the rub of it. And you can force that, but that costs money. So what do you... P99 is awesome, but it's top heavy. It is top heavy. That is sort of inevitable, right? I don't know how you'd solve such a thing, aside from make it seasonal, but then every season it becomes top heavy. That's fine. P99 is really good when you're part of the main push, or the secondary push of alts leveling. If you join late, you know, it's like a crashing wave. Steam goes out of the sales. Anyway, this server is THJ, which sounds like a dental condition. But it's the hero's journey. And their shit was, or rather is, their gimmick is, you choose a class, right? You choose a race and class, just typical EverQuest stuff. And then you choose a second class. And then you choose a third class. And everything all three of those classes have just gets smushed together. And you get all of it. And it's like a soloing server where you're good enough to... The whole point is that you can solo everything for fun. And that presents actually a very interesting puzzle to solve. Because now it's like, ooh, what's the best build? You know, what's my combo? What kind of combinations of these three classes am I going to play? And, you know, immediately you think about like the level one idea that immediately comes to you is, well, you play the Holy Trinity, right? You choose one tank, one healer, and one DPS. And now you're like totally self-sufficient and you can blast everything. And then the level 2 idea after that is what happens when you choose 2 pet classes? Can you have both of the pets out at once? Because if you can, that's kind of interesting. And it turns out you can. As such, the level 2 idea is, what if I play 3 pet classes? And we're just like triple pet classing, right? Mage, Beast Lord, Necromancer, say. You just have 3 gigapets just blasting everything. And you're chilling in a lawn chair sipping lemonade. Spoiler, it's really good and arguably too strong and it got nerfed a few times, but it's still great. Cool. Greetings from Scotland. HHGH. Hey, alright. Thanks for being a first-time chatter. You need to check out Monsters and Memories, old school EQ design. I know that guy who's working on it. He streams, yeah. I watched a lot of his old EverQuest dev interviews years ago that he did. He used to be on the QA team of EverQuest. And then he kind of worked his way up over the years. And so that's that. Yeah, I'm familiar with that guy. And his Monsters and Memories game, which I I'm not going to say I follow it, but I'm aware of it, and every once in a while I poke my head in and see what kind of alpha they're still in, and it's I don't know. It looks very alpha, but I appreciate what he's doing and his team, and I hope they succeed. Chrome Raven, thanks to the Big Prime, and the Chrome, and the Raven for 3 months. You also have no life lately. Welcome. Welcome on in. Is the All Blasty Boys Mastercaster Blaster Bait? Or would that rock some socks off? Do you mean something like, okay, it depends. Love you, HeyWoah. Usually can't make streams, but you watch on YouTube. Hey, alright. Yeah, I stream to YouTube as well. If you click on my channel and you click on the live tab, I dual stream at the same time, both Twitch and YouTube. So if you prefer YouTube, you can watch over there if you feel like it. But yeah, I appreciate it. Anyway, Blaster Boys, well, if you mean like trying to actually just cast spells and blast. No tank, no healer, just like triple spellcaster that's not pet. It's actually hard to build something like that. Almost everybody has pets and stuff. There's only one wizard that's like truly helpless. But the Blaster Boy build that I've seen, 3B, is, what was it? Bard. I want to say Bard, Druid, Wizard. And you blast the shit out of your damage songs and run 1,000,000 miles per hour, and you actually just like AoE kite everything down. Except with like way more spell power and cooldowns than you're supposed to have access to as a bard. It's kind of a bard class, I would say. Or like central bard, maybe. And that's the Blaster Boy. There's another Blaster Boy that's Enchanter, Wizard, Druid, but it's super glass cannon. And glass cannon is rough because you're supposed to be soloing, right? One of the funny things that happened, it's supposed to be a solo server where you just solo everything and you don't talk to anyone. But recently people have started reinventing the wheel. They're like, look, I'm gonna be Berserker Monk, you know, beast, like Berserker Monk, Beast Lord or something. And they're just like pure damage, and then they're trying to group. And so they give you 3 classes so that you can make a balanced combo and solo with, and people are still just specializing and joining groups. Except now you're like triple damage, and you join some like Giga Tank and just let her rip. I think that's funny. They can't help but reinvent the wheel. And I've just had a lot of fun trying to come up with cool combos and seeing what works and what doesn't work together. The devs put a lot of really intelligent thought into the balance of it and made tons of changes everywhere, but with the guiding philosophy of it should still feel right or feel like EverQuest in all these different ways, and it's very smooth. Things seemingly just work in the way that you think they should work, all across the mechanics and everything like that. Really interesting. And because it's EverQuest and there isn't enough grinding, like we have to grind more, right? They decided, look, you grind for levels, and you grind for money, and you grind for gear, and you grind for alternate advancement points. So what if you ground for your gear as well? like as in every item that's equipable has 3 states: a base state, enchanted, and legendary. And there's a special like power source slot in your inventory. You put something there, and then while you're leveling, it gets the experience too. It doesn't divide it, I don't think. It just duplicates it. And so you get to like level up your equipment as well. Leveling you up, that's not enough. You need to level up your equipment as well. And I found that system to be really cool. The way they implemented it anyway. You started with EverQuest Classic and you quit after clearing Planes of Power, then got into WoW 2004. Yeah, that's a story as old as time. In fact, that was the World of Warcraft developers. They did that too. You're getting into Monsters and Memories. Sweet. I'm gonna swoop in when that's done. I'm not gonna follow it the whole way. Some games are worth following when they're in development, but usually not, because you hear so many promises and so many things they really wish they could do that you almost can't help but be disappointed by the time it comes out, right? And so many games end up never coming out or change hands or whatever, what have you. I'm just gonna swoop in when it's done, and then I'll enjoy myself, you know? We don't want another Pantheon. Ahem. Oh, it's the time zone difference. Hey, all right. Well, thanks for stopping by anyway. Just keep trying to forget that Light No Fire is a thing. I'm very excited for when Light No Fire comes out in 14 years. Because I've had a lot of fun with No Man's Sky. I really like No Man's Sky. I go back and play it every once in a while. And every time I go back and play it, I get another 3 expansions worth of free added content. Forever. They really turned that one around. But I'm not gonna, like, follow the development of Light No Fire. We don't... You touch the hot stove once, and then you don't touch the hot stove. Hey, well, opinion on Oblivion Remaster and Bethesda games. My experience with Bethesda games was I played, let's see. I played Arena when it came out, and it didn't blow up my computer. Although it blew up a lot of people's computers. I really liked Morrowind. I think that was the peak for me. I put a lot of time into Morrowind. I read every book. It was so cool. I really liked Morrowind. Oblivion came out, and I really didn't like it that much. The level scaling system was dumb. The story was worse. There was less interesting role-playing stuff and just more goofy crap. They blew their whole budget in the first 10 minutes. I don't know. I wasn't like a big fan of Oblivion. And then they came out with Skyrim, and I'm like, this is like the most overrated RPG in the history of the universe. And then they came out with Starfield, and I'm like, well, I'm not playing this, but it looks really bad. Good job, Todd. You know. Hey, alright. They made a remaster, which looks like Unreal 5 just wrapped on top of the Oblivion game with very few other changes. I don't think that's a bad thing, though. I think that's probably good. And it's still, like, goofy as fuck, but that's part of its charm. The charm of Oblivion is how shitty it is. And really... really all his games. Like, the charm is how rough their edges are and how much they rely on fans to, like, finish the game and mod it and everything like that. Which is fine if there's a game there to begin with, but, you know, you can't save it if there isn't actually a game like Starfield. If I was talking about the all-time greats of role-playing games, Morrowind might get mentioned, perhaps, but none of the other Bethesda games would even enter into the conversation. Good evening, HeyWoah, and also chat. Your man, Dank. What's up? Anyways, that's the story about THJ and EQemu. I can finally play it again. And the server's great. I made a few little, Expedition 33 is making some noise. I saw it on Twitter, I didn't click. So I don't know anything about it. But if it's an RPG, I'll look into it, because I like RPGs. Yeah, Daggerfall was cool at the time. It felt similar to something like, people are going to laugh when I say this, but it's the meme. Betrayal at Krondor. It was like a gigantic Betrayal at Krondor. Except like it didn't have writing, you know. It was fun for its time. Fun for its era, for sure. Expedition 33 is really French. I don't know how to take that. I don't know if that's good or bad. Gorgeous and also beautiful, and the wrong thing to play is my friend goes into hospice. Okay, yeah. Fair enough. Anyway, I made a little dude, I made a character here. My first combo on THJ. I went Paladin Monk Berserker. I want to auto attack and never die. And just see how far I get with that. In this server, Paladins have an AA they start with that heals them on melee hit. Like you proc heals that actually matter on your melee hits. And so that's plenty of sustain, I should think. And we'll just see where it stops. Holy fists are too angry to die. God, it sounds sick. Yeah, I'm not using the monk attacks. I'm just using the monk avoidance, defense, and attack speed. Bonus hits with your main hand. Otherwise, I'm doubling up on two-handers. Paladin gets a bunch of two-hander AAs. You know, Knight's Advance, Speed of the Knight, stuff like that. A bunch of bonus hits with a two-hander. And Berserker gets a bunch of two-hander bonuses. And so we're all in on the two-hander stuff. Monk is there for feign death, for skips and saving your life. Really good avoidance, because everything stacks with itself. Some attack speed, attack bonuses, you know, your classic flying kick, tiger strike stuff. And mend, I guess. Like, mend is good. And Berserker is there for just big white damage, flurries, and a bunch of cooldowns for burst. And Paladin is there for a bunch of two-hander stuff and healing whenever you hit stuff. And a bunch of self-buffs. Notably missing in all three of the class combo that I chose is any AoE at all. There's just no AoE. There's like a monk discipline that I plan on getting later, but it's like a discipline, right? So you can only use it once every so often. Like we are not the AoE class. We're pulling 20 guys and killing them actually one at a time while hoping to riposte stuff. So not exactly an AoEer. I'll make another guy for AoEing. But the point is, do pretty good white damage, absolutely never die, and have a little bag of tricks. And a bunch of cooldowns for big blaster DPS checks. So far, so good. Level 50. You have to unlock each expansion by doing the expansion end content and doing that stuff. What's multi-boxing with this mod look like? No multi-boxing allowed on this server. They're already letting you play 3 characters in one. That's plenty of multi-boxing already, right? So, no, you know, MQ2, no, what is it called? ISB or ISO box or whatever that thing is. Yeah, no boxing. One character at a time only. Essentially 1 character per IP address or whatever, but yeah. And I follow their rules because they made a great server. And multi-boxing is fucking annoying, by the way. So the whole point is that you can solo without having to worry about the annoyance of playing 3 different characters really poorly. But I have some visual interest for you. Besides this lady in the skirt here, I have some visual interest for you on the screen as we blast. Now I'm level 50 as I said. And I should just get to 56 and then go to Dragon Necropolis and farm AAs. And I understand that that's the best thing to do right now. But killing Froglocks in Soul B for 10,000 hours is what EverQuest is about. So that's what I will be doing, even though it's less efficient. For a while anyway, you know. Started out, killed some guys in starting zones, went to the Estate of Unrest, classic zone, got to about 20 there, then went to Mistmore, classic, you know, got to 30 there, stopped to ground some AAs for a little while, then went to what's a big AA area, yeah. Then killed Nagafin, killed Vox. Now we're Kunarkin. Went to track. Got my key and then realized you didn't need a key. So, hey, alright, no big deal. The mobs were up, so. And now we're killing Froglocks. I'll be blasting those for a while. I have some AAs to grind, I have some money to make, and I have some equipment to level up, because yes, of course, you level up your equipment. Currently working on a ring I just solo self-found. Found it on the auction house. Heh. Buy local. David A. Ayer, yeah, true. Anyway, good shit. Here we are. And as you can see, the PlayStation is able to create mind-boggling effects, right? I'm gonna hide chat because you can't fucking see anything anyway. Or maybe I should, shall I move it? I'll move chat over here. There, how about that? And with this EverQuest ass UI, you can't even tell that chat isn't part of my UI. That's how that's how old this game is. Which combo is this? Yeah. This combo, Paladin Monk Berserker. Single target, huge white damage, absolutely invincible, tons of self-healing and avoidance. Big cooldowns when I need them. Unfortunately, no AoE, but look, AoE is for a different... Look at it. Perfection. Hold on, I have something for you. First of all, cue the music. Gotta have something going on in the background, right? And now, for some visual interest, put some... Here you go. For the target audience that enjoys EverQuest, we'll have that up there. For some soap cutting, visual interest, and am I doing trains? Are we getting some Some trains as well, some train footage when we... Perfect. Oh, trains. Oh. Hope those are C-clamps. Alright. Damn, son, where'd you find this? Please enjoy our request and chill zone as we stand in front of stuff unkillable, absolutely invincible. One at a time, no AoE. Am I missing anything? Maybe, have we switched to Sandwich Ogre? What type of bread and meal tonight? I'm gonna unfreeze some soup in the... unfreeze some soup in the shape of the inside of my freezer. We're on that low budget gaming at the moment. Added zoomer vision. Something for everyone, you know. The train is fine, but the soap is a touch too much. So videos do the opposite of satisfy. Really? To me, I thought the train was a little too much. And, hey, chill music. Damn, to me, I thought the train was a little much, but the soap was funny. Vote now on your phones, I guess. Could put Subway Surfers. Low budget gaming, what's that? You're a Warhammer player? Yeah, look, I play Warhammer Age of Sigmar and Magic the Gathering. The funds have to come from somewhere, and that's the food budget. Find a video of an albino kid putting puzzles together. Shine from the Piano movie? Was that too loud? Pole, soup, or train? What have you been doing? Hey, CJ, have you beat Oblivion yet? Or did you interrupt your Oblivioning to play Bald Girls Gate 3 with SJ over the weekend, but you're back on the Oblivion grind? Jamie, find a clip of Mayoshi crying. You never truly beat Oblivion, it beats you. Is it one of those games where you spend like 900 hours in it, but you don't feel like actually beating it, and then you just stop playing? Sometimes that happens to me with RPGs, I can't lie. Where I put like a crazy amount of time into them, and I get to the point where I could beat the game, because I've done everything else. And I'm just like, I don't feel like beating the game. I've just kind of done everything, and now I'm really well set up. And that's it. rock through the build till you're done, then do another build through. Speaking of builds, this guy used to be a rogue. I used to be a rouge, but it just felt like I was leaving too much potential synergy on the table. Or rather, I was wasting the synergy that I could be giving to a rogue somewhere else. So much of the rogue's damage is from poison spell damage scaling that they didn't intend on. Because you can't combine classes, really. And so I'm like, man, this is like a white damage build. I don't have any spell damage or poison synergies at all. I feel like I'm wasting rogue when I could just go berserker. And then berserker is just fine with shitloads of white damage, you know, from monk. And I can double up on the two-hander stuff because berserker gets two-handed stuff and paladin gets two-handed stuff. And so I did, and it's been very good. Not only is it actively better, but also I'm not like wasting potential synergy. And if I want to make a rogue, I'll just make a rogue. So anyway, I made a rogue. And the rogue synergies are, or the rogue combo I made is Shadow Knight, Rogue, Bard. He's Mr. Giga Buff Myself guy. And Shadow Knight doesn't rely too terribly much on its white damage. It's really about the procs and the life taps. And so you don't miss out on too much not using a two-hander or whatever on Shadow Knight. You can go, you know, you can use a piercing weapon. Get plenty of rogue synergy out of that. And then use Bard to give you some spell synergy, which affects both the Shadow Knight, which scales very nicely on spell damage, and the rogue for poisons. And backstab is just sick. Shout out from an airplane, Manzac Miniatures. Hey, alright. Where you heading off to? What level did you get two-handed up to? I mean, I maxed it out for this level. 250 at this point, at level 50. The sheer scale of pixels is too satisfying. Look, the PlayStation can create mind-bending effects. Completely worth. Find a lot of players to play against in AOS. You're thinking about collecting a new army and you can't decide on an AOS or 40k army. So even though I'm not a 40k content creator and I'm only Age of Sigmar. Well, okay, I'm not only Age of Sigmar. As you can see, I'm playing fucking EverQuest. But the point is, among the Games Workshop IPs, I'm on the AOS side, not the 40k side. But I still give this advice because it's just the right advice to give. Whatever your local game store happens to have more people for. If you got a bunch of 40k people at your local store and no one plays AOS, it just doesn't suit you to play that game that nobody plays locally. Because playing in person is quite fun. And there isn't, you know, there just isn't a replacement for that. Now, if nobody plays anything near you, and you're just going to be playing at events or on TTS online in somebody's Discord or something like that, then obviously play Age of Sigmar because it's better. My subjectiveness coming through, right? Or if everyone plays 40k at your local scene but they're all dickheads or something, then play AOS instead and just play online. So point is, it's not much of a game if you never have anyone to play with. And it's an expensive enough game that you probably should if you're going to pick up the things and paint them and play with them and stuff. So generally speaking, that's how I would decide between the two. Although if it really is a toss-up for whatever reason, then I say AOS, because I happen to think that the Age of Sigmar models are more interesting, but that's just me. And I think the community is better and the game is better. The lore for 40k is way better, for sure, but you can enjoy the lore from afar. You don't have to buy the game for that. Exact collecting sound is what made your mother buy the plug-inable speakers, so your headphones. It's part of it. With my immersion, okay? Big. One thing about EverQuest dungeons, they're like actually dungeons with secret doors that you just have to know about. Invisible walls, traps, fake floors, hallways where there's lava in the center, and if you try to walk around the center of the lava, around the edges, it was actually a double trap. And there's a pit trap if you try to walk around the lava, but the lava is fake. Just all sorts of shit like that. Very D&D-esque. Well, back when Dungeons & Dragons had both Dungeons and Dragons in it. Your wife is overloaded by the amount of information on this screen. This is true gaming, okay? You have to have a UI that looks like you're trying to take off in a plane or a space shuttle or something. The simulation aspects of old RPGs. It's gonna be a big pull. Is the last guy gonna be red? Yes, he is. Harbinger. Uh-oh, stunned. And then it burns. Okay, so you might be wondering why my screen is black. No, that's not a bug. Nothing went wrong. I used a discipline that the Berserker has called like Blinding Rage or something. It makes you do tons of extra damage, but you have a chance of becoming blind. And blind is a real condition in the game. And when you're blinded, your screen goes black because you can't see. The fucking immersion of it. And this is why we organize the poll so that everything's in front of you, you know. Like the IBM mainframe, yeah. Oh, we're back. All right, great fight. Blind but not deaf. Yeah, winning trumpets, level up noise. That thing is trash. You have the weirdest local game store and you play a pile of skirmish games, Warcry, Kill Team. I don't think that's weird. You just have, what's it called? You have like a dabbler local game store where they dabble in stuff. It's not entrenched players, long-term whales, right? You just play the starter version of whatever property, you know. The thing they made to be able to dip your toe into whatever it is, right? So you'll play skirmish, small scale, kill team, you know. Whatever the company did so that you don't have to spend too much to technically play something like it. Nice. Another bag. That guy has a high chance of dropping one of these things. Box of nil space. Big extra bag. Technically a box, I guess, but... Another one of the many reasons I stopped at 50 to farm here is because that guy has a decent chance of dropping a nice weight reduction bag. And now I finally have all 5 of them. Good evening, Mr. Well. Hope you're having a chill time. Oh, I'm having a chill time. I hope that you're having a chill time. Oh, must have done them all. All right, back up. Why the cutting of the soap? Because for some visual interest on the screen. I'm like, it's possible that someone might be bored by EverQuest gameplay, so I have soap cutting for the young adults, and I have trains for the middle adults and the youngest. Long story short, it's a meme. Someone has AOS comments, which I'll be reading pretty soon. You didn't even see the trains, so that must mean you're a young... Hey, you're only as old as the trains you look at, right? Isn't that the phrase? Are you not into trains? Yeah. Joining an existing community is good advice, but if there isn't AOS crew near you, it doesn't make much to start one. Yeah, that's true. You could be the instigator. That's a personality type that, although rare, is what makes the world go round. If you want to be that person. That's good advice, too, from the YouTube side. Brad McQuaid wanted dungeons to kick players' asses, and he was right to do it. You went to Adepticon but didn't play AOS because current rule set. When 4th came out, you remember you being positive about the changes to the core rules. What changes would get you to play again? I'm not, to be clear though, for the start, I'm not like boycotting the game or any such thing. It's not even that bad. It's not even that bad of an addition. The problem with 4th edition isn't that it's bad, it's that it's boring. Which is, I don't know, among media and creators and stuff, that's like the greater sin. They went through every war scroll in the game and every army in the game, and they took out about 80% of the rules and flavorful stuff and cool things and interesting things. It's just like the boring... It's the boring edition. Flavorless. I'm chewing, but I can't taste anything. You gotta put the spices back into it. So I was pleased with the core rules, because the core rules are pretty decent. Army creation is a mess, sure. But for the most part, core rules are great. Never been better. play very smooth, you know. Again, army creation's a fucking mess, but aside from that, just systematically good stuff. And then every army book is boring. You used to have 18 options, now you have 3. You used to have 6 options, now you have 1. Used to be 2 paragraphs or 4 sentences per thing, now it's 3 words, you know. Used to have this option, this rule, that rule. Ooh, here's a neat thing to build around. Streamlined it into like a straight line almost. That's like my main issue with it. So what would I do to fix it? Truly, like, wait for the next edition when they put some of the flavor back in with all the army books. Or the army books start becoming like amazing, but I think we already have like half of them, right? So anyway, not trying to make a fuss or anything. Just I'm in fact, like, next year when I go to Adepticon, I'll probably play in the tournament. It's not like I'm not gonna play at all during 4th edition or anything. It's just this year I didn't feel like it. And, you know, you should do what you feel like, generally. It's not hurting anybody.
Good job, King.
Toad saying things with a tier 1, 46 months. I appreciate it. Thanks for the long-time listener. Long-time streaker. Appreciate it. Poor Hammer guys are having an AOS episode this week. I might watch it. I like the Poor Hammer guys. And it's not only because they had me on their show. One thing you'll say in favor of 4th Ed is you don't miss playing against KA, dropping either a Skaven Warp Lightning Storm or Stormcast Tornado in the middle of the army, turn 1. Yep. Yeah, that was nutty. The worst points of balance in AOS tend to be when one army kind of isn't really playing Age of Sigmar and everyone else has to, right? Everyone's playing checkers, you're playing chess, that sort of thing. And I will say that 4th edition is very balanced. So that's something. Very balanced. You think the penalty for taking more auxiliary units than your opponent needs to be removed? Yeah, for sure. But also, I think the entire army creation rules are kind of a mess. Auxiliary stuff is weird. We've kind of lost the plot on why we're limiting this thing or that thing anymore. A lot of that stuff seems to be grandfathered in, and then, like, some of the previous fixes, even though they didn't work, were kind of undone. That sentence sounded weird. It sounded like I was saying something dumber than what I was really saying. Here, let me try to... What I mean by previous fixes, so, like, in previous editions, you could choose to build 2 ways, broadly speaking. Either lots of drops, or as few drops as possible, right? And in an effort to give the players choice between these 2 things, they're like, look, if you're a bunch of drops, that means you get a bunch of bonus crap. Extra artifacts, extra this, extra that, you know, battalion stuff. And if you only go a few drops, you probably get to decide who goes first in the game, which is crazy powerful. But if everybody goes low drops, then you probably... It goes from you probably get to decide to you maybe have to flip a coin for, right? And that was the push and pull on either side of it. Is if you go low drops, you maybe get to decide who goes first. And if you go high drops, you get a whole bunch of free shit. And I'll make no illusions about it. There was a stronger side, and it was drops. Lower drops was just better. Almost exclusively. But I don't think the solution to that was, well, we'll get rid of everything except just drops. You know? Oh, I forgot to go in this room before. Fourth edition is the socialism edition where no armies are allowed to be too unique. I don't know if I would politicize it. I just think I think it's the edition where two things happened simultaneously, which together worked to make it a rough ride. They decided the game should be balanced like a video game, like a seasonal video game. And to do that, you had to really simplify what kind of things all the armies could do. Really boil them down to like, every army kind of does one thing, just about. And chasing the meme of, we have to attract new players. And the way to attract new players is to dumb down the shit out of the game. Like, streamline it, carve everything away, make it as simple as possible. Which I generally don't think is good. Obviously, company balance sheets the world over must simply disagree, and I'm probably wrong. I'm not a businessman. But at least from my customer perspective, every time a game is like, we made things simpler and easier and more shallow to be easier to pick up for new players, to welcome new players. It's this we need the new players, and new players get scared and confused whenever anything even remotely complicated is ever happening ever. And it always makes the game way worse. This edition is going to be the new player friendly edition. Oh, so you mean shallow and boring. And it's especially weird when the target demographic is fucking turbo nerd loser autists like me, who love complexity and systems and Johnny psychographic profile stuff. The core, you know. Oh, nice. The ring. Okay, ring has finally leveled up. So now we put the next... I think we'll do shoulders next. We'll do shoulders next. You're here to do really powerful stuff or really cool, really dumb stuff. Yeah. Based. You're almost full Timmy, and this edition feels just it's the edition for kind of no one, yeah. It sucks for Spike. Johnny is dead with a gunshot wound. And even Timmy, it's sort of like too safe and too balanced. Where's the fun for Timmy? There is a little bit here and there, you know. I don't think you get a free pass and just auto-acquire Timmy because the model happens to be big or something. You know what I mean? Like, oh, the model is large, therefore Timmy will like it. Well, you know, mechanics matter too. And there are good Timmy mechanics and whack Timmy mechanics. These dudes respawn. Man, this is a fast respawn server. You love to see it. The main studio caters too much to matched play. Well, then why isn't matched play any good? Then why isn't matched play more fun? I don't know. I don't mean to put you on the spot. Sometimes I see comments like that, and it tries to... I don't think you're trying to do this, actually, because of the way you worded it, but I've seen it worded this way a lot, where it's like, main studio shouldn't be catering to competitive players so much. It's ruining something or whatever. And I don't think they are. And if they were catering to competitive match players so much, how come the competitive match play is boring? It's like I'm plenty competitive, I suppose, if I wish to be, but... Anyway, you're talking about match play. I brought the word competitive into this to make a point about something else, but you're talking about matched play, as opposed to the other two spheres that they, for a while, were talking about. What is it? Narrative, open, are the other two. If you made Drist on this server, what class would you pick? Drist de Orden? Do I have to make it viable as well? Actually, most combinations are quite viable, at least from what I've seen. I feel like you have to play a Dark Elf, right? You know, Ranger is in the game, but the Ranger version on this server is definitely an Archer and not a melee guy. And it just wouldn't be right if your Drist Duerden was an Archer, you know? So even though Drist's real class was Ranger, or one of his 3 classes, I think, was Ranger, I wouldn't go Ranger here. I feel like you need your pet, so I think I'm actually thinking Beastmaster so that you can have your Guinevere, right? And it gives you Bloodlust as well, which is good for melee damage. So Beastmaster to start, and then Rogue. And then pick a 3rd class. If you want to be upfront and tanking stuff, then maybe a Paladin, maybe a Shadow Knight. If you want to have your pet do the tanking, and you're just like a DPS guy, maybe Monk. Like Monk, Rogue, Beastmaster, something like that. Super complex core rules are maybe kind of bad, but complex force scrolls is fine and good. There'll only be like 10 of those in any one game anyway. Yeah, and you just play 5 games and then you remember your own rules. Like, how many different war scrolls are you really going to have in an army? 5? Play exactly 5 games, and you'll start to remember what all your stuff does. It's not like Magic the Gathering, where there's 20,000 cards. Maybe 30,000 by now. Like, there's more Magic cards in Standard than there are War Scrolls in the entirety of Age of Sigmar. It's not that bad. I don't know. Players can handle it. EDH has the most complex rules imaginable and is way more popular. Yeah. I mean, it's not always complexity good. Like, I'm not trying to say that, right? Rifts has very complicated rules. It's not very popular. Right. I'm just saying not necessarily bad. Not something to be terrified of. Maybe it is. Maybe the bean counters on their Windows 11 calculators are like, every time you make the rules simpler and more boring and more streamlined and more samey and more homogeneous, the line goes up, right? Every time you take 7 abilities that used to be different in some way and make them all D3, 2-up D3s, right? The net sales of AOS goes up 1%, like, if maybe that's true. And then fuck me, right? But that collecting sound. Or memories. Any hope for the GHB? Yes, actually. An unreasonable amount of hope for the General's Handbook, actually. More hope than I care to admit. Because I don't want to get everybody else's hopes up either, but... this team with Matt Rose behind it really does more than any other GW team like ever. Seems to really give a shit if things are right. And if they're not going well, they look at data, they look at numbers, they think about it, and they make changes, and then see how things turn out, and then they make changes, and then they see how things turn out again, and then they make changes. This is the team that does that. So for all my other complaints about it, they do that part. And so I'm very looking forward to what they're doing. I wonder how much of a shakeup it's going to be. I wonder how much of a shakeup they're given the latitude to make it. And they're doing the little 12 days of Christmas. You get your fucking little chocolate thing out of your Christmas calendar, you know. Every day on their website leading up to it, they're going to talk about I think they're giving like a new rule for every army that they're previewing. Like, whatever, the 25 days leading up to the GHB, every day on the website, they're going to be like, and this is the new Flesh Eater Court rule that's coming with the GHB, and this is the new Iron Jaws rule that's coming with the GHB, and so on for like every army. And when they start doing, yeah, the Advent calendar, that's what I meant. When they start doing that, I'm just going to go live every day for like a half an hour and talk about that one rule, and then see you guys tomorrow for 20 days in a row. It's gonna be like old times. Have you tried a simulacrum in PoE 2 yet? You just did, and it was bullshit. What was it? What was my character's name? Cho'Gurtho? No, that was season 1. Actually huge, the Smith of Katava. I killed all the pinnacle bosses on him. I didn't like keep continuously doing it and grind them up to like 4, like difficulty 4 or anything, but I killed all the pinnacle guys and all the different bosses and stuff, which was fun. But the guy's done now. He's finished. I'm not trying to like farm endgame. Farming maps is just a little too awkward, and there just quite isn't necessarily enough to do. But I'm perfectly content. The guy's done. Like, he's finished. Had a lot of fun. Call me next season. Oh, you know what? Actually, I didn't kill all the pinnacle stuff. There's one pinnacle thing I haven't done. It's the Time Lord guy from the test of bullshit. Not the Chaos one, the other guy. The Time Lord guy at the end of the test of tricks and traps. I never did that guy. I don't want to. However. Because I hate that fucking place. I did the Chaos one. The Chaos one's fine. Then again, I'm a warrior, so of course I would not like that one. And I would like the Chaos one, because the Chaos one is like made for warriors. And the Below the Shifting Sands one is definitely not made for warriors. Unless you like a ranged version. Or I'm bad. Could be both. Arbiter of Ash was fun. That guy was... He was proud... To me, that was the most fun fight. Big Hands guy was the coolest. Big Hands guy was the coolest for sure. Arbiter of Ash was the most fun. Was Chaos? What was the easiest? Chaos, probably. I don't know if he quite counts, but he just like did stuff and I didn't stand in it. I didn't even look up the fight beforehand. I'm just like, okay, you're making stuff on the floor, I won't stand in it, and you're dead. Like, yeah, Arbiter of Ash was cool as hell. It had actual raid mechanics. It was sick. That were kind of challenging. Those raid mechanics might be impossible if you're not, you know, if you don't have a lot of move speed on your boots or something like that. If you're playing some slow build or something, you might, like, just die, I think. I guess I don't know what the behind the scenes formula is for where those things randomly drop. Like if it calculates how fast you are and then doesn't put them in impossible locations, or if they just don't care. Not sure. But either way, imagine not having a lot of move speed on your boots, right? It's an ARPG. Well, the chicken wings, the eaten chicken wings? That's funny, SG Arcade. Hey, money wubby, huh? Move speed sweep. trying to beat the pinnacle bosses, and you're having some real trouble with survivability. Delirium monsters chain stun you. What are you playing? What's your build or class? I wasn't quite having that problem, but I am playing a Smith of Katava, which is like cheating as far as survivability is concerned. You are absurdly tanky as a Smith of Katava. Sitting on 90% overcapped all res, plus 75 chaos, plus 75% physical mitigation from armor, plus the 90% fire resist goes into your armor resist also. Plus armor resist goes into fire resist the other way around. Like, it's stupid. Smith of Katava is so tanky. And I'm regenerating something like 7%, 7.5%, 8% of my life every second. Smith of Kitava. But we're talking about sorry. I'm playing EverQuest right now, talking about PoE 2 Smith of Katava. The maximum nerd. What class am I playing right now? I'm playing on a custom server called THJ, the Hero's Journey, on EQemu, the Hero's Journey. It's so fucking good. On this server, it lets you mix 3 classes together. And you actually get everything from all of those classes piled onto each other. And so I'm playing 3 classes. And the 3 classes are Paladin, Monk, Berserker. And the goal of this character was to be invincible, but still do a lot of white damage. And it was okay to sacrifice AoE. Be a boss slammer. And that's what it does. Tons of 2-handed bonuses from Paladin, tons of 2-handed bonuses from Berserker. Tons of defense from Paladin because it's a tank. Curse removal, cleanses, heals. I heal every time I hit with the sword. A bunch of big DPS cooldowns from Berserker, a bunch of avoidance from Monk. Feign death so you can skip stuff. Stuns if you give a shit, but they're not worth writing home about. Ends up pretty well. It's not like particularly fast to clear stuff, but you can pull like 70 guys and then just stand there. Although I did get stunned. You can be immune to stuns. I don't have enough AAs to be immune to stuns yet, so. But yeah, you pull 50 guys on the extended target window. They cannot kill you. And at least until I get that one monk discipline, actually just single-handed, single targeting them down. John Henry, working on the railroad. Every faction should have 6 battle formations, battle traits too. I want them to bring back the old sub-factions that were big and huge. Armies of Renown, everything you get in every Army of Renown should just be what sub-factions are in the army. They should just call them sub-factions and reintegrate them. That would be like a good first step in reclaiming a lot of the cool stuff that we lost. Is taking the idea of Armies of Renown and just calling it a sub-faction. Big, huge sub-factions with tons of rules and stuff were awesome. And I'd like for them to come back. wonder if it's possible to do net positive mana with Cleric Necro. I bet it is. You are shockingly powerful when you add 3 classes to 1. Which, I mean, I guess that's obvious, but... Also, if you are 2 pet classes, you can have 2 pets out at once. So you can imagine what people did with that. One of the most popular combinations, unsurprisingly, is Necromancer, Magician, Beast Lord. And you're actually rolling around with 3 entire pets. And you just sip lemonade, sunning yourself, and your 3 pets just fucking solo everything. It's hilarious. It's actually so good. Yeah, you're not limited to the P99 classes. You can have Beast Lords, you can have Berserkers. They implemented and redid and rebalanced and everything. All the AAs. You can start gaining AAs from level 1 if you feel like it. Or you can start grinding them, I mean, or collecting them. Although it's not really worth doing until you're exactly 30. And even then, just a few. And at 50 is when finally it's kind of worth getting a bunch of them. Each class, like, starts with, I want to say, 3 AAs that are, like, 1 of 1, and it's just a thing that they expect that class to always give to the other classes. So, like, for instance, Rogue starts with an ability that lets you backstab from the front. Monk starts with a special Eagle Strike. Paladin starts with an ability that causes your white damage hits to heal you. And so it's just like a starting point for being able to mix classes and then, oh, I want this thing, I want that thing, you know, synergizing and stuff like that. Alright, I've almost filled up all those bags. I wonder how many AAs I will have gotten. Necro, Cleric, Mezzer, or Magician could be funny, yeah. What are some of the cooler combos that I've seen people do are Shadow Knight, Wizard, Rogue. And the wizard part of it is really just there for his amazing spell damage, spell crit, proc, twin proc, crit proc kind of AAs to supplement all of your life drains and your poison damage of Rogue. It's actually like a sick combination, and you're super good. And you don't cast a single wizard spell. It's kind of interesting which classes kind of become the main one, you know, when you mix stuff. Do all classes need to be legal for your racial choice? No, only the first one. Only your actual starting class needs to be legal for the race. After that, do whatever, you know. Ogre, monk, you know, dark elf, paladin, for instance, this character's a paladin and he's a dark elf. Completely sick. And legends say of one complete Chad who he realized that when you first you choose your first class and then it enters into the game and then you talk to you can talk to a guild leader and then they'll make you the second class. You talk to a guild leader, they'll make you the third, right? Legends talk of a man on the server who made a monk, a human monk, not even Ixar. And then he walked right up to the monk guildmaster, chose monk again, and it worked. And then he chose monk a third time, and it worked. And so in the server where you can mix and match any 3 classes, he chose monk 3 times, named himself Chuck Norath. And There's some stupid ass like Whistling Fists haste bonus thing that actually ended up stacking if you took Monk 3 times, although nothing else really stacked in a way that mattered. But that one thing did, and it was fucking funny. It's become a meme on the server. John Gutsman, triple berserker. Yeah. For some other interesting combos I'm trying to remember that I saw people do. It was Ranger Rogue something. Ranger Rogue Paladin, maybe. Yeah, Ranger Rogue Paladin was very weird and interesting, I thought. What they do is, you get to use the Paladin AA that gives you bonus main hand damage and proc rate if you're using a shield. And so what you do is you use a shield and you have a dagger in your main hand, because that multiplies into your backstabs then. But then you go Ranger, so you're actually shooting a bow and auto-attacking with the bow and just sort of holding the other stuff, but getting the bonuses from it anyway. A lot of the combos are really like 2 classes and then people looking at the last class to add as more of an AA addition than like a class addition, if that makes sense. And also there's a bunch of people that are like, okay, you know EverQuest, right? So you know the most popular 2-box is Shadow Knight Shaman. And so it's no surprise that a lot of people play Shadow Knight Shaman X for their 3. Because it's just such a powerful bundle together. Like Shadow Knight Shaman Rogue, Shadow Knight Shaman Monk, Shadow Knight Shaman Berserker. Just choose your DPS class to add to the best utility healer and the best self-sufficient tank, right? And so now you get to just add pure DPS to that. I think it's almost time to go back to town. I'm 73% in though. I'll do one more. We'll get one more level and see what alternate advancement points I have to spend. 37% on the sleeves. Nice. Wait, the sleeves are not what I want. I want shoulders. I thought 37% looked high because I was working on those sleeves before, but that's not what I want. Another cool combination. Oh, I've started now to see on this server people not playing solo, even though it's supposed to be a solo server. And now they're theory crafting just the most overpowered DPS you can make if you combine 3 DPS classes, and then you just party with a tank. And so we've reinvented the concept of playing together on the solo server, which I think is very funny. And so you have some like giga tank guy I can't remember what it's like. It's like warrior, warrior cleric monk or something like that. Like just absolute tank lord. And then he groups up with 1 or 2 people who all 3 of their classes are just pure DPS. Like, Bard, Rogue, Ranger, Druid, Wizard, Enchanter. You know, classes that can't... Like, they can play solo, kinda, but they're just here to blast. And so I kind of want to try that. I might actually end up joining a guild on this server. It's that fun. And then make some party character. Actually. Also, the screen's going black because I'm blind. I've been blinded. For those wondering. My immersion. It's role-playing. This ability blinds you, and so can't see anything. Pretty funny if they modded in Giga enemies for Giga parties to take down. They did. Yes, they did that. They did that. There's like 2 bosses, I think, that are like Giga custom bosses that are not really supposed to be able to solo unless you're like a hyper optimized, you ground for 1,000 hours, pick the exact combination of classes that are like needed to beat that boss kind of people, of which there are many who have done that. It's supposed to be like a duo, for like 2 people, although people have soloed it. I don't know what it is, I just joined the server, I'm brand new. Like, I'm level 50 and I stopped here to grind a little bit, but I'm brand new to the server. So, I mean, I haven't even killed all the Kunark dragons to unlock Velios yet. Because killing Froglocks in Seb is so exactly what EverQuest is that I can't help but just make a pit stop in my leveling journey to do this for a day or 2. Killing Froglocks in Seb is just what EverQuest is to me. Plus, Estate of Unrest, you know, Castle Mistmore, Lower Guck, right? It's that kind of stuff. Get that flowing black silk sash off the guy at the bottom of LG, what, the Executioner. Lower Guck, yeah, dude. L Guck. Place is sick. Great, I wouldn't say great loot, but there was some targeted loot there back in the... What's with the soap cutting video? It's for some visual interest because we're watching EverQuest. Do you want it gone? Somebody else didn't like it either. Might get rid of it. It was supposed to be a funny meme, but if people really don't like it... It's just a jape, my lord. Also, it's, it's further understanding the demographic that watches me. No one's complained about the trains. Interesting. Curious. Monitoring this. Okay. Got the level, almost filled up these top 3 bags are the ones that auto sell, so I'm fucking out of here. Curious. Alright. Soap cutting gone. Be gone. You still remember getting the mask off the assassin? Yeah. And that flowing black silk sash. Hell yeah. Also, look at this feature. Look at this feature. The following items will be sold. These 3 bags are special bags. When you talk to a merchant, everything in these 3 bags is automatically sold in 1 click. Ooh. No clicking 700,000 times on each of them. Jesus.
Big, 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 big.
Truly big. We make it look easy. Boom. Selling 160 items in 1 click is more of an ASMR than all of that soap video combined. Also got the old models. Let's go. In all their glory. Yo, the fucking Ogre, my man. Look at this. Perfection. Mind-bending graphics. Actual Quake 1 looking ass guy. Go back. This guy here. This ogre. You can literally see the pixels. Mr. 5 cents over there. Oh, she's gone, my love. Whomst. To be Lady Inquisitor Bliest. Blisty. Oh, the Lady Barbarian. Yeah, with the kilt. Yeah, the men and women have kilts in the barbarian tribes. While I wait for the cooldown, which is already up, there's this ability called Bazaar and Back that everyone gets as a free AA. It teleports you wherever you are to the bazaar, and the next time you click it, it puts you right back where you were before. The quality of life. It's like a 1 minute cooldown or something too. They're like, fuck it, just go grind, who cares? Very cool. Alright, 3 combat stability, 3 combat agility. Wasn't there a third one? I have 24 AA now with which to spend. Oh yeah, natural durability, that's it. 1, 2, 3. There we go. We're up to almost 13k HPs. Now, what was I working on? I think I was working on the stun immunity thing, which required a lot of points. And maybe was wrong to be working on. I do want to max out Radiant Cure eventually. Weapon affinity probably. Oh yeah, the frenzy thing. Strikes. Yeah, here we are. Steadfast Will. Grants you a chance to endure what would otherwise be a stunning blow from any angle, without being stunned. Rank 1, 15, rank 2, 30, 3 is 50, and each subsequent adds 10, totaling 100% at rank 8. That's a lot of points, though. And I'm kind of invincible right now, so maybe it's fine. I should just go defensive. It would be really cool to learn Orcish, for example, as a human. Kind of wish WoW had stuff like language skills. Yeah. I mean, they sort of did in a way. Like, they took what happens when you speak a language someone else can't understand and made it, you know, Horde language versus Alliance language, but they don't give you the opportunity to actually learn them. Although now I think you can finally play with each other, at least for raids and stuff. They finally broke that barrier down. Does not stack with other disciplines. Ooh, good thing I read that. Slay Undead would be decent to level up with, right? It's more a result of the community shrinking. Yes. Yeah, I think that is it. Chance to throw an additional axe when using your volley attacks. I don't have any volley attacks right now, but I have exactly 12 points. I have to click this button eventually. So I will click it now. And where are the monks? Just about to go back. Yeah, you'll be in raid queues forever. That's kind of why they made a lot of their decisions. Is community shrinking. Opening up cross-server stuff, right, was one of the things for that. Where are my monks at? Right next to the Beast Lords, right? How much money do I have? Enough. What's Mend at? 10 platinum per? Jesus, okay. Big wolf. Oh yeah, the fucking wolf. Where is he? Some of the NPCs they make bigger so it's easier to see, and some of the wolves, for whatever reason, the wolf character model is fucking huge. Yeah, look at this dude. Big wolfer. What class is he from? Druid can turn into wolf. Shaman can turn into wolf. You get a wolf pet as well as a druid. And I believe one of the Beast Lord's racial pet types is wolf. So you have a decent amount of choices. Beast Lord, druid, or shaman. Although mostly it's druid. Sniper wolf. Yo, savage military veterans. Look at this dude. Surrounded by emo evil cherubs, kinda. Savage military veterans. Holy. Alright, back to the grind. Did I put a thing in that? I did put a thing in that. Oh yeah, I can put those in the bank while I'm here. Are those necro pets? No, I don't know what type of pets those are. It might be from a clicked item. I know he's probably using a pet illusion to do that. What is this thing? Hit points, mana, endurance, int whiz. I don't know who would ever want that, but you go there. For now. Alright, and then after the shoulders are done leveling up, we'll start leveling up the runic fragment of truth. Open our Easter eggs from the Easter event that's still on. I got candy, and I got candy. Oh well. Assorted jelly beans. Place gives kind of an unreasonable amount of money as well for being a Kunark zone. You get solid money, which actually keeps me here for a little longer than, you know, obviously Dragon Necropolis is just better, but it's like just about worth doing this as long as you can blast everything, and I can. I don't know how fast I'll be in DN. Although a bunch of people are grouping for Dragon Necropolis, so maybe I'll see. Wait a minute, CJ is still here? Let's go. Obviously downloading EQemu right now, of course. the sheer gameplay of it all. Siege is always here in our hearts, true. Yeah, it's the looting sound. Is it too loud? Is it like super loud for you? It's pretty quiet on my end, but usually you guys hear things louder than I do. Oh, you're trying to figure out what it was. Fair enough. The corrupt mage. There's a lot of guys on the extended target window. Too many. Just have an interest in this game and RPG mechanics as a whole, so it's always fun for you to try to piece together, yeah. It's like super nostalgic for people who played it back then, but I'm told that this server is so popular that even people who haven't played EverQuest are actually playing this server. And you might think that I'm being silly by even mentioning that, but I'm aware that's how unpopular EverQuest is. That's amazing, you know? I don't know if it's an intimidating... I don't think it's an intimidating game, really. I just think it's like... Yeah, okay, it's some old MMO from the 90s, who cares? Which is a completely fair position to have on whatever, you know? That's my position on RuneScape, for instance. I never played RuneScape, and it looks like some awful ancient game from the early 2000s. Because that's what it is. And EverQuest looks like some awful old autist game from the 90s, because that's what it is. The actual nuts and bolts of it and proto-WoW stuff in general is cool. Yeah, that's maybe the most notable thing is all of the World of Warcraft designers played EverQuest, and then they took basically all of EverQuest systems, tweaked them a little bit, and that became World of Warcraft. Although they did decide to put actual art, like an art style on top of it, and connect it to an IP that people gave a shit about at the time, which was good. But yeah, you can see basically all of World of Warcraft's mechanics and systems in EverQuest. But also you can see all of EverQuest's mechanics and systems in Toriel Mud, you know? And it just kind of goes back to mods in D&D. You can draw a through line. Am I going this way? Yeah. There's generally like 3 big pipelines you can go down in this map. And I always forget which was the second to last one that I went down. I'm bad with directions. You see stuff that didn't quite make the jump, like pullers and measures. Well, measures kind of did. That's what sheep was, right? So mage, sheep, rogue, sap, right? Warlock, fear. They did somewhat have measures. CC, right? But no pullers, really. I mean, only in raids, basically. You had like a hunter pull stuff in, you know, AQ or things like that, but generally not really a puller in dungeons for the most part. The tank just did that with his bow. But yeah, you can kind of watch things morph over time, which is between this and Return to Reckoning, you may lose more time than you like for your other hobbies. There's only a certain amount of time in the day, sadly. I'm kind of lucky. I discovered this game, or rather I discovered this server, I should say, at the exact moment that I found the patch that somebody made for my CPU that allows it to work with EQemu, because I had been without for a while. And also, that happened at the same time that I was finished basically beating everything with my PoE 2 character, and so I was done with the season. I was like, well, that's it, I did everything, I'm done with the PoE 2 season. I really liked it. Big improvement on the last season. Can't wait for the next one. Alright, now is it finally time to get my life in order? Nope. Not at all. It's time for EverQuest. We gotta grind something else. ABG. Always be grinding. You unironically would love a game theory class, probably in the same realm as a film theory class. Yeah, I would be very fascinated to listen to one of those. You know, you can do that, I guess, right? You could just audit, if you live in a college town, you can probably just audit the class. sit in the back, personal betterment, that kind of thing. You didn't even realize that was a thing? You have to call on it? Yeah, I mean, they probably still do that. For the longest time, colleges just have offered such a thing. You don't have to be enrolled exactly. You can just audit a class. I mean, you still pay for it, but sometimes it's not graded. Sometimes it's pass-fail. Sometimes you do all the work. Sometimes you don't have to. Admittedly, it was more of a thing before YouTube, because you could just watch lectures on YouTube if you feel like it. I actually do that all the time. Watch some 6-year-old lecture on a subject you're interested in, and it's just got a whole playlist of them. Like lectures 1 through 20 on whatever college course that you're vaguely interested in. It's probably a more cost-effective solution. Yeah, this way. This is the way that I haven't been in a while. I always forget. I'm like fast approaching the time where I should actually turn back on experience and get myself to 56, kill the Kunark dragons, unlock Velios. And finally just hop, skip, and jump this guy to 65, which is the max level right now on the server. I have dilly-dallied in the 50s for far too long, although I had a great time doing it. Very classic froglock slaying. If I'm going to do that, though, I should probably get and max out the one monk discipline. Because I ate my vegetables, and eating your vegetables was, what are they called? The 3 combat agility, combat stability, and the hit point 1, at least the first 3 levels in it. So I did that, and I should probably do the monk one for AoEing. Because the character has no AoE, and a 30-minute cooldown is not exactly quality AoE, but it's at least one button you get to press, and I don't know how short the cooldown gets once you get everything for it. So maybe we'll say once I've farmed the AAs to take that skill and reduce its cooldown by whatever the max is for it, then we'll head on out of here. Gain 6 levels really quick. Kill some Kunark dragons. I feel like I should be able to solo them fairly easily since this character has built the solo dragons pretty easily. That's his job. Can't believe you attended university for 6 years and never heard of auditing a class. Well, I mean, it wouldn't have been a thing you could even do because you were enrolled already, right? So, and all your friends were probably your age and not some random old guy showing up for personal betterment because he felt like it. Oh, there was a commercial break just then, which reminds me, I need to take a commercial break so that I can re-up this beverage I just ran out. I would actually go, like, stand up from the computer and go get it because it's impossible for my character to die, but I actually need to restart auto attack and press some of the buttons. Otherwise, he could just be here and not die, probably. I do actually have to be here. Okay, this is a fine place. I mean, we might as well. This is technically the safe zone right here, where you're supposed to group up and chill. This thing should be like here. It's a weird shape for the bank this UI makes. 17,870. What about our AAs? Only 7. Okay. Now, what's that? It would have to be can activate, right? Because it's a disk, or it acts like it is one. District of Forest? It's a monk one. When activated, your attacks will strike every enemy around you. Initial rank lasts about 12 sec. And has no visible buff icon or discipline indicator. Will not trigger proc effects naturally, nor via Bloodlust or Rage Ralisec. Okay. Good to know. I think we take it. And then there's probably Hasten Destructive Force. Reduces the reuse timer on Destructive Force by 5 minutes per rank. There's 3 ranks, so it reduces by 15 minutes. Which means Destructive Force becomes then a 15-minute cooldown. I mean, have AoE once every 15 minutes. That is kind of rough. Considering, like, you know, ideally it would be like, say, I don't know, 5 minutes or something. Even 2 minutes if you're trying to blast, but I'll take it. It's the only thing I got. Make a hotkey for it. Where am I putting it? Well, technically it's a 30-minute burn, right? So I could put it here. I'll put it there for now and figure out a better place to put it later. But alright, we have a single AoE ability, and then it probably goes 369, I bet. So that's another 15 for that one. And then Hastened is 7 for the first one. Oof, that's a lot. That might be 7, 9, 12, I bet. So I need another 40 AA or so. Which is a lot, but it will be worth it. Hey, alright. I'm gonna get a drink. BRB. Get yourselves one as well if you're chilling or hanging around. For this commercial break.
Mr. Owl, how many licks does it take to get to the
Cream.
Let's find out.
Let your fingers do the walking.
I'm Mr. Bucket. Toss your balls in my top. I'm Mr. Bucket.
What do you get when you press on a can of Noxema?
Great balls of comfort.
You get
I can't believe I ate that whole thing.
Oh, wherever I heard that before. Unjustifiably in a position that I'd rather not be in.
I'm calling paramedics and your family, Mr. Miller.
You can make this creamy cheese sauce in seconds with American cheese and
Cream.
mushroom Lipton cup soup. And you thought cup soup just made soup.
Oh, yeah. Cream in the World Wrestling Federation.
Wait a minute,
and there is
more real meat. You'll be glad we made him taste better. And so will he.
All right, we back. I had one hot chip. Very nice. Eggs to open. Back to the grind. Oh, I just looked at Discord. CJ and SJ playing Bald Girls Gate 3, and I'm missing it. Sacrifices we all make. I wonder if there's a combo of characters that actually casts wizard spells. That was one of the more disappointing things that I noted about the meta on the server. Is that no one was... like, you couldn't just be like a wizard. You still don't do that. Which is kind of crazy. It just doesn't work out. For a variety of... No bald girls tonight, just hanging out? Okay, well, then it makes it all better. Marked safe. Marked safe from totally missing out. Anyway, as it happens in this game, you can cast spells, but while you're casting a spell, it interrupts your swing timer. So if your spells are super fast and your weapon is super slow, you can kind of put a spell in between weapon hits, but usually that's pretty tricky. The spells have to be really fast to do that. And if you're trying to sit there just casting spells, then it means that you're probably not constantly attacking. And if you're not constantly attacking, you're probably not sustaining yourself via life. And that's how the tank classes don't die. Like, Paladin, Paladin sustains itself with this ability. What's the name? I should know the name of it anyway. Blessing of Life. Grants a paladin an innate chance to heal himself with each swing. Additional ranks increase the strength of the heal. Like that's why a paladin is able to tank and not die while tanking. It's because of that ability. So innately, dealing damage with your weapon has a chance to heal you. And along those same lines, Shadow Knight, one of the other tanks, has sort of the same thing, except whenever he hits, he has various abilities that all have a chance to proc life drains. So it's less healing overall, but it damages the enemy and it heals you by the amount damaged. And then also you have a bunch of fast casting spells that life drain as well. And so that's, you're a vampire. That's how Shadow Knight doesn't die. Is by being a vampire. And then the third and final tank, which is the warrior. How he self-sustains is he doesn't. He needs some other class to heal him. But as long as some other class is healing him, he's an insane tank. Like, has the best cooldowns and everything for Mammoth, Giga, damage, tank buster abilities and stuff. So much so that it's actually worth it, depending on what the healer class also brings to the table. But that is to say, if you're a tank type, you kind of have to always be attacking, because the way that you don't die functions off of that. Which means you kind of can't face tank stuff and be a wizard who's casting spells the whole time. Sort of fundamentally doesn't work very well. Which is unfortunate, because I wanted to be like just some Giga Mage casting super long, like million damage spells and stuff, but I guess it's fine. That class fantasy you can actually do in real EverQuest, like retail EverQuest. You just need you do need an actual group for that one archetype. I think every single other archetype you can do, seemingly, when you combine 3 things and be on this server, but you can't really do Blaster Caster. The closest you get to it is Bard, because Bard songs don't interrupt weapon attacks. And so you take the damaging AoE Bard songs and then you just put it on top of some melee guy who is able to sustain himself, and then that's kind of how you're a blaster, but that's not really the same. You're just kind of randomly pulsing AoE damage for existing. Is that really being a blast caster? You're not really casting anything. It feels like it doesn't count. But it is very good. Maybe someone cracked the code. I should look into it. There's so much I don't know about the server. Who knows? Maybe somebody has found a combo, which would be sick. I guess the cheapest, or the way to do it, is to be a pet class, right? That's the obvious answer, is to throw in, like, start with a mage, and then add wizard. Well, actually, I don't know. You still wouldn't add wizard exactly. The mage is close enough to being a wizard anyway. Plus you get Mal. You get the Mallow line to lower resists anyway. You would do like magician, enchanter, bard, probably. And so you take the enchanter super synergy bonuses to spell damage, the bard super synergy bonuses to spell damage, and melee, I guess, because the And then the mage pet just like tanks. Just like a tanker guy. Alright, once all these guys get grouped up, let's test out our new discipline. The last count of them is just about here. Alright, destructive force. Oh, that's killing a lot of them at the same time, isn't it? Alright, that ability didn't last very long, but it did put all of them at about 60% life in 10 seconds. That was kind of cool. Hey, good work. And that was only the 1 out of 3 ability for that. We could... The duration was a little longer. We could probably do it. Be close, though. Just ordered your first box of Age of Sigmar dudes. What army? Making the dive, blue thing? Which one'd you go with? Flesh Eater Courts. Nice. I can't remember. Were you the one before who was looking for people to play with locally or no? Can't recall. Probably someone else, alright. There was a different blue name. Anyway, what's the box? What's the starter? Oh, the wrong way. What's the starter box? It should be fun to paint, I bet. FEC, even though it's like very common to just kind of use grayish, dirty earth tones for everything, there actually is a good opportunity for fun color schemes there, I think. Lean into the whites and reds and stuff like that. It could be kind of nice. Various flesh stuff and goop. Hey, got another one. I'm full up so it'll be in the bank. Starting off with Spearhead, it's a fine way to start. That's what they made it for. Almost did Daughters of Cain, but their Spearhead is kind of boring. I don't know what's in their Spearhead. Does it lean Witch Elf or does it lean Snake Lady? Although maybe it's a little of both. Oh, it is kind of a 50-50 split, and I went the wrong way. I went the way that I had already finished killing people. Coin flip failed. I hope you enjoy. It should be fun to assemble and paint. FEC's a fine army to start with. What a centerpiece too. In my IMO. Big Oosh is so sick. You got that subscription to Warhammer Magazine running, and it's been pretty nice for getting units, says Miyabi. I don't have to think or try to make decisions based on the meta. Yeah, just if you're just looking for stuff to randomly paint, and you don't particularly care what that stuff is, it's just like, hey, I like to paint stuff. And I don't care about metas or tournaments or whatever. I'm just trying to paint some cool stuff every once in a while. Then you might as well do it, and then they'll just like ship you random stuff to paint. Yeah, you like to build, you like to paint, just wanting some cool storm boys. And sometimes they might even be exclusive, although I think that's just store stuff. He was certainly a deciding factor. Yeah, he's awesome. Then again, I'm a big fan of like Elden Ring's art style anyway. And so if Games Workshop is going to make their own Godric the Grafted, I'm here for it. There have been some random kits that you think no longer exist or have a point, but it is, or have points probably. Various Underworlds, warbands and stuff. Sweet. Man, it sure would be nice to be immune to stuns, but that would be so many points. I have too many other important things to get first, I think. We'll be fine. Oh, one of the things they did, I should point out, just so everyone doesn't only choose ogres pretty much or feel the need to. Because if you're putting 3 classes together, then it means that you're probably going to have one tank amongst those 3 classes. And if you're going to tank, it means you're going to want frontal stun immunity, which means you're going to choose an ogre. And on this server, they gave every race the frontal stun immunity that ogre has. Just so 100% of the population wouldn't be ogres. I don't know if they gave ogre anything in return for stealing its best ability like that, or if every ogre I see at the bazaar is just in it for the love of the game. Some people love playing ogres in this game. With their stupid ass actual beach ball circle character model, which is great. I love it. It's stupid and I love it. And the proclivity for ogre players to come up with the stupidest, greatest character names is unmatched. It really is a special thing. Ogre players are able to. You read some name in OC chat, and it's so fucking dumb and hilarious. You're like, I bet that guy plays an ogre. Yep, every time. What was that one the other day, CJ? That, oh man, there's no way I could remember. Some fucking guy. He always played a troll. Troll was a great race to choose. Yeah, you had a XP penalty to level, but the innate regen on a troll was really good. Like if you're a shaman or what was the other one? Shaman. Because obviously a shaman with your cannibal. Canny, that's it. I don't know why I couldn't remember cannibalization. But yeah, you're... So innate life regeneration is sort of like innate mana regeneration in a certain respect. Which made trolls really good for shaman. And shaman was a super powerful class. So. Witch hunt? Nothing. I was trying to remember the stupid ass character name from the other day. But I don't remember anything about it, just that it was stupid and funny. Don't worry about it. Was it Dago or no? That was SJ. Just fucking, that one got me. That's fucking good. That is good. A hearty chuckle out of an Italian man. Just noticed my character's name. Oh yeah, Ron. It's a cryptic message. If you just look at it in passing, it's kind of nothing. But I don't know. I've been on a we make it look easy kind of fucking what's his name kick, the Trapaholics, whatever that stupid shit was. Damn son, where'd you find this? I even added it to the soundboard of Discord because it's fucking stuck in my head and it always makes me laugh. Real trap shit. Trapaholics. And any blind goers? Any... Got my blinders on? I don't even need a C to kick your ass. Riveting gameplay. It's immersive. My character is blind, so, you know, so is this, right? Here, you want excitement? We'll do the trap thing.
We make it look easy.
headphone users.
Damn, son, where'd you...
Damn, it's that exciting. Okay. And now the looting. The RuneScape trap remix is stuck in your head, and it uses the damn song. Yeah. Visual bug will not stop me. Console commands, let's go. Same with the Doug Dimmadome. I don't know. I actually think it's one of those timeless memes. That's a good one. I'll kill the bag guy, see if he drops his bag box. Nope, it's a harbinger. The harbinger. Placeholder. Archduke Laetal. The Duke. Duke nuke them. Hierophant Prime Greckle. The meme comes from McLovin. Real trap shit. You just fucking shuffle if you interrupt the animation to run. It's like power shuffling. Oh no, we're back to the normal animation. Sometimes if you interrupt it, your character does this fucking like weird pimp walk thing and he becomes stuck in it and it's fucking hilarious. Dark Elf does it. Ogre does it too, which is extra funny. I keep thinking of ways to like play this server in the way that in the ways that it wasn't intended. Like, okay, you can combine 3 classes on this server. So what if you play a character and he's just one class? And you try to, like, you see if you can get all the way up. The one class man. Sort of the class version of a one book man. Up short shanks. What class combo are we rocking? Right now I'm playing Monk, Berserker, Paladin. Good sustain, good armor, good evasion, good attack speed, lots of white damage. Good cooldowns. 0 AoE. But cures and cleanses, feign death to skip stuff. I started out as, I started out having Rogue in there, but I just felt like Monk Paladin was just not supporting Rogue in a way that Rogue deserves. Like, Rogue deserves, like, spell damage synergies, like from Wizard or Bard or something. And I'm here to perform white damage and be invincible. Essentially. With a lot of two-handed synergies. Because Berserker gets two-handed synergies, Monk gets two-handed synergies, Paladin gets two-handed synergies. What is white damage? Auto attack. Like, auto attack damage. And like extra hit procs and double hit procs and triple hit procs and so on. White damage is, auto attack. Monk is OP for that? Yeah, Monk's great for that. It's got that bonus attacks main hand thing. It's got good triple hit. It's got extra attack speed. A decent amount of extra things to put on auto skill, like flying kick and tiger claw. And bonus flying kicks and flying kicks when you riposte, and debuffs that you put on the creature to make them take more damage from your flying kicks whenever you flying kick them. I mean, I'm not saying it's complicated. It's kind of single-minded, but that's the fun of it. And then same thing with Flurry for Berserker. I mean, as a first build, it's working pretty decently. I only just joined the server, and I only like kind of perused what people were doing. Because when you hear about the server, you're like, oh, I want to go triple pet. Do they let you do triple pet? And it turns out they do let you do triple pet. And everyone does that. Because it's fucking great. It's really good. Arguably unreasonably good. But in another sense, kinda who cares? It's supposed to be an unreasonably good server. And plus, controlling 3 pets, to me, sounds fucking miserable. I don't want to control even 1 pet. I have a Shadow Knight on live, and even having the pet out kind of annoys me. I'm just that type of person, I guess. And like on retail EverQuest, I wanted to be a spellcaster, so I went wizard because I didn't want a pet. So I got a wizard whose persona is Shadow Knight. And half the time I don't even like have the pet out even. Persona, yeah, they introduced personas in Larian's song. I don't know if you have to get to be some level to use them. I don't know what the minimum level is. I'm sure there is one, but I've been max level forever, so. But yeah, personas are cool. They do slowly fill up your bag space and bank space, which is an issue. But I thought it was a cool addition. Ooh, stunned. Is this a server to play if you're an EQ noob? Yeah. This is an excellent server to play on if you're an EQ noob because this server is very easy. Almost all of the difficulty or annoyance or quality of life problems with EverQuest in general is kind of gone on this server. And the fact that you can combine 3 classes into one means that you are overpowered, even if you kind of don't know what you're doing. And even if you choose 3 classes that don't synergize together, and you don't know what you're doing, and your build's kind of terrible, and you don't have any gear or money, like, you'll still very easily slap shit of your level. And level up just fine. It'll just be slower than other people. So it's a great server to join if you're brand new. And you could experience so quickly the super long grind stuff. You can still do that, it's just sort of optional and way later on. And so you gain levels fast enough that it might even be fine for new players. It's just all the things won't be like super nostalgic, and you'll have no idea where you are supposed to go or where anything is. But if you're the type of person who likes to perform digital archaeology on old games and like, well, I'll look up a leveling guide that someone wrote on GameFAQs in 2005 and just follow that or whatever, like most of that stuff is still reasonably coherent and applicable. So if you're the kind of person who likes looking stuff up, and I don't say that as a joke, although it might sound like a joke. I like looking stuff up for games I play. I think the center route was the one that I didn't come from, right? The 3 beetles should be spawned? Yeah, cool, okay. Ooh, insta-stunned. Only if you also look up 2005 memes. Hey, some of them are still good. Am I going all the way down to the bottom? I think so, right? Because, well, Destructive Force isn't up. But Lay on Hands is up, it'll be fine. It'll just take a while. Oh, Emperor Chotal is up, let's go. Huge. There are 10-minute burns. Might go blind. But even if we go blind, it's fine. It's part of the plan. Alright, we went blind. Fine. It just means you're berserking. No big deal. I made this combo to be invincible by gum, and I'm gonna do it. Oh, I didn't read that, Shortshanks. You had a monk bard shaman. But you were playing like a simpleton, just doing single pulls like if it was on live. Dude, that's kind of charming, though. You know? Like, maybe you just want to be a party of 3 on P99. Like, the equivalent of a 3-man party in P99. Where you're just going into Lower Guck and doing 3 pulls and stuff. As a little tiny self party. Like, you don't have to do mammoth gigapulls. And, you know, Bard AoE everything down. It's a different type of play. And you're not racing against anyone. You know, it's not a competition. I thought about it. I thought about making some little combination of guys that's just like kind of fun. And not concerned about necessarily super optimizing them. Also, Monk, Bard, Shaman is a great 3-man party. If you were in, you know, retail EverQuest 20 years ago. You have the Monk kind of face tank stuff. The Bard or the Monk could pull, but really it should be the Bard in that party. Shaman buffs everybody up, heals every once in a while. Fine party. It was easy. We make it look easy. What's been the coolest MMO? The MMO most obsessed with style, which is what I'm going to interpret coolest MMO question as, was the Matrix Online. I'm not saying it succeeded or anything, I'm just saying that was one of its main goals, was look at how cool this shit is. Look at how cool you are. To say nothing of its gameplay or anything else, just... That's what I would say on that. Age of Conan was the coolest MMO right up until it was playable. I played it for a month. Well... I didn't play it for the entire month. I played it for maybe a weekend, and then I was subbed to it for the rest of that month, technically. Oh my man, teleported? Alright, fine, I'll go over here. You followed its development and then played it for a couple days. You liked Age of Conan for the few weeks you played it. I mean, it was fine. It didn't hook me. Warhammer Online hooked me for a little while, not too long. Star Wars Galaxies hooked me kind of big time. I was in the beta test for Star Wars Galaxies and I played the shit out of that game. Up until it got purchased. And they changed it. Matrix Online was awesome. You're sad that the attempts to revive it have stalled out. Oh, I haven't even thought about looking into any private servers over the years of Matrix Online. Maybe because its end was so definitive. Oh, I'm here too fast. Only one, yeah, not everything respawned yet. My bad. A hidden part of EverQuest and perhaps other old games that had spawn cycles like this is sometimes you would intentionally kill the monsters slowly. Like keep one mezzed for a while. And then kill it. And then keep... Like you'd pull 4 and then mez 3, kill 1. And then you'd wait for a minute. And then kill the next one and keep the other 2 mezzed. And so on. So that they would respawn staggered, one at a time. And so then when they're respawning nice and easy, one at a time. For optimal grinding, instead of having like an entire room spawn at the same time. The Secret World was great for the first couple weeks for the investigations in Haunted Amusement Park Zone. Shame about staying power. Yeah, there were so many. The graveyard of failed MMOs is wide and deep. We lost a couple weeks to Warhammer on the earlier this year. PvP is still really fun when it pops off. Sweet. I know Vince and Tom were very into Warhammer Online. They went hard on that game. They went about as hard into Warhammer Online as I went into on WoW. Like speedruns and leaderboards and trying to be top 10 world on stuff and getting bat phones and keeping the world dragons on lock and stuff like that. They went hard into Warhammer Online equivalent version of that. And I really only dabbled. Just a dabbler in Warhammer Online. EQ makes you think of Anarchy Online. Oh, I remember that. I never played Anarchy Online. I mean, I was there when it came out, but I never played it. The game is live, but it's just a sad shell what it used to be. People playing with 5 accounts at once, so you don't need groups. Yeah. I mean, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy problem that also is a real problem. Is that the game is basically dead, so there's no one to group with, but it's a game where you have to group with people. And so you 5-box so that you can be your own group, so you don't have to group with people. But then, when a new person joins the game, they can't group with anyone, because not only do very few people play the game anymore, but the few who are just boxing 5 people, right? So it, like, kind of makes the problem worse in a certain respect. And it's generally miserable to play on a server where everyone's boxing. It's even lonelier than a server with half the number of people in it. Because a low pop server is one thing, but a mid pop server where everyone's boxing, like the economy's fucked up too. Not only is there no one really to play with, but most zones are on lockdown from boxers and the economy's fucked up, so it's like extra bad. Or I should say usually. I don't know Anarchy Online specifically, but that seems to be the type of thing that happens with boxing. You played Conquer Online a lot. Conquer Online. Finally an MMO I haven't heard of. Well done. I thought I knew them all. Yeah, Conquer's Online for a day. Which World of Warcraft expansion is this? Good meme arrested at Waffle House. Deep beneath the sands of Kunark, an ancient evil stirs. Is it time to sell? What's our AA situation like? 22 AAs. Check out these 22s. Actually, you know what? This is like a classic spot to be able to teleport back to. Let's go to town a little early. To make matters worse, you can sell loot rights in Anarchy, so people will be boxing their groups through and selling in-game boss loot, yeah. Yeah, you have to choose your server carefully on EverQuest retail servers for that same reason. EQ does it so that depending on the server, you have server rules, so like there's true box servers, multi-box servers, single account, none of that business servers, and yeah, a lot of people ignore those rules anyway, but it's decent to... It serves as somewhat of a containment zone. The interesting thing is... multi-boxers don't like playing on multi-box servers. Because playing on a multi-box server is so toxic and boring and empty and exploitative that not even boxers like it. Because it's like too competitive, kinda, and shitty. Yo, chocolate bunny with stats? Hell yeah. Alright, putting it in there. And then glamour in the glamour box. Barter. Egg. Shard 5 sell. Wait, zone shard 5. Can I offer you an egg in this trying time? So. Thanks for the platinum. You know, some people get heated on this, but do you have feelings about secret lairs and magic? You just got one today and it makes you happy, but you know people are very divided on it. I don't have a problem with secret lairs. Secret lairs are one-time luxury items where, you know, maybe you like Metal Gear, so they got Yoji Shinkawa to draw something. Maybe you like Junji Ito and he drew something on a card. Maybe you you want to support kids cancer or whatever, and so you buy a bunch of those that have like the kids who drew them, right? Or maybe you are like a disgusting human being and you want to troll everyone with having cards that have the SpongeBob uppercase, lowercase for all this shit, or like graphic design is my passion. Here's a secret lair with the ugliest fucking cards you've ever seen. It's all fine. It's a collection of like 12 cards for one time, you know? Like, it doesn't really hurt anyone. I don't have a problem with secret lairs. Some of them are fun. Most of them, I roll my eyes or kind of make fun of it because it's impossible to read the cards. And some of them are kind of gross. But it's whatever. Universes Beyond is the cancer that we need gone from Magic, but they'll never get rid of it. So that's different to me. Universes Beyond, fucking Spider-Man, DraftKings, U.S. Army sponsored McDonald's food tokens. That shit is embarrassing. But it makes them so much money they'll never stop doing it. And everyone who hates it only hates it until it finally hits the thing that they like. That's what will keep it going forever. But that's, you know, that's Universes Beyond. That's different. Secret lairs, do whatever you want with. Doesn't do anything. You know? I don't mind secret lairs. Even the secret lairs I don't like aren't... I don't think they're hurting anything, really. You know? The way that UBs really are. Cryptic command with just the picture on it. Well, that wasn't a secret lair. I think that was a player reward or a judge promo or something. He lost interest in Magic after Innistraad's first release. Oh man, I liked Innistrad. But mostly because I enjoyed casting Entomb and Reanimate off of a Lotus Petal on turn 1 and putting Grizzlebrand onto the battlefield. And then drawing cards, playing cards, and winning the game. That's what I liked about Innistrad. Should play Digimon TCG instead of Magic. Hey, for all my bitching and complaining, no other card game can even see Magic on the horizon as far as quality in all ways goes. But I would say that as a Magic player and not a Digimon player, so don't take my opinion too seriously. Oh, you mean Grizzle Swag? I mean Grizzle Daddy. The man's so powerful they had to ban him even in Commander, on only power level. And weirdly, Commander is the only format where Grizzlebrand is better than Atraxa. Because in 1v1, Atraxa is just a better reanimation target. It draws you roughly the same amount of meaningful cards, and you can pitch it to Force of Will. So, and it's still a legend, so it gets eaten by Caracas either way. That's good to hear. You always have such base takes. I think the Adventure of the Little Witch set is wonderful. The artist HeyWoah makes beautiful artwork. I don't think I've seen that one. But it sounds like quaint core in a good way. But yeah, I don't think secret lairs are. I mean, it's always funny to look at because every other secret lair has cards on it that are incomprehensible with their graphic design, and so it's funny to we make fun of it, but it's not like hurting the game. It's like, hey, here's a card that already exists, right? I have a solid gold brainstorm or whatever. Okay, no big deal. It's not like Universes Beyond or anything. Maybe you like solid gold cards. You just sold your Yu-Gi-Oh cards, but converted it to Age of Sigmar. Not responsible things. Well, it went from one hobby to another hobby. No big deal. That's just hobby money. What was I looking in alternate advancement for? I'm reading too much chat. What was I spending points in? Oh, it was the AoE thing, right? It was the AoE thing, and it was called Destructive Force. That just spent a bunch of points, but didn't change it at all. However, I needed all three, so I could start reducing the cooldown by 5 minutes per rank. So to go, hopefully it's 777. It's probably 7912. Ooh. Might be 777s. Lucky. Alright, only 14 more. Not bad. At least AOS games last longer than one turn, unlike Yu-Gi-Oh! Well, some Alpha Strike strategies are trying to fix that. There's been like Alpha Strike you lose in AOS ever since the first edition. I never thought those kind of strategies should be mechanically viable in a game that takes so long to set up for, but the rules writers and designers of AOS have seemingly always disagreed with me. There's always been a lot of Alpha Strike, turn 2 double, I win kind of stuff going on. So they must like it. If it's consistently in the game throughout all 4 editions. Humble narrator was just watching you on Poor Hammer, came over and saw you were live. Hey, thanks a lot. Nothing to do with what I was talking about on there, but mostly my streams are just like chilling and playing boomer ass fucking boomer games, waifu games, sometimes Age of Sigmar if there's ever any news for it, you know. Anyway, thanks for stopping by. We're a very low energy stream, as you might have noticed. Real talk, low poly models with boxing glove fists is peak 3D, and we've been going downhill ever since. True, brother. Where's that Virtua Fighter ass 3D? Where it just looks like a wireframe that they filled in with solid color. They were doing what they could with the technology available at the time. And unfortunately, Zoomies will never get to experience the, what do we call it, millennial, like, video game evolution trajectory, where you grew up with 320p like sprite, 2-dimensional sprites, the birth of 3D, N64 era, that's the, and then eventually like 3D gets better, Unreal Engine 5. Actually seeing noticeable improvements. Like you could take a 10-year span and watch things go from 2D to shit 3D to great 3D. And then if you were born in the Zoomy years, you played Fortnite, and then 10 years later, you're just still playing Fortnite. Like, graphics are basically the same. Old man yells at a pixelated cloud. It should be roll a d3 and on a 2-up win turn 1. True, that would fix it. No, that would fix it. When you have the train footage loop to cover the game chat, literally just got an engineer hat and wood train whistle in the mail today with the train themed training academy for scouts. Hell yeah. I put the train there as a complete meme, obviously. I'm here to grind AAs, or I'm here to grind experience for alternate advancement. And I'm here to grind experience for my gear. Like, this is the most autistic nerdlinger ass shit, right? And so I'm like, well, I'll put pictures of trains on there for some visual interest during the stream. Oh, speaking of shoulders, Pauldrons of Devastation finally went legendary. Finally fed them enough XP. Alright, shoulders leveled up. Oof, big equip there. Massive upgrade from Yttrium. Huge. It still needs an AUG or two, but finally got it legendary. It's in my Easter egg. Oh, an egg staff. Nice. Alright, next piece of gear to level up is the Runic Fragment of Truth. I think it becomes combat effectiveness 2. Eventually, but I'm not sure. Oh, you can't? You can't level it up? Okay. I thought you could. So you can't level AUGs then. That's what that means. I'm still new to the server. And so this thing was also a test of the mechanics of the server to see if you could level up AUGs. Because you can level up equipable gear and you can level up eggs. But I guess you can't do AUGs. Okay, fair enough. Well, unfortunately, that means I gotta go back to town immediately. I can't not have something leveling up in there, right? Like, that's a waste of... Every kill is a waste of potential experience that could have been going into an item. So... that means... So what am I gonna put in there? Glam bag. I can put this egg in there and see what happens, but I don't really care. Book. Dragon skill, I can get that whenever. This thing's old, doesn't matter. Alright. Dagger. That loot animation is peak. Just skipping frames. When you say Zoomy years, it keeps confusing you into thinking you're talking about cats. Oh, I don't have any pets. Like, animals seem to like me for whatever reason. I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm, like, just very calm all the time. Animals seem to like me, but I don't want to take care of one and have it knock over shit and break my stuff and have my house smell terrible. So I don't own a pet. But I like animals fine. And also, whenever I walk into somebody's house that owns a cat, believe me, I can tell. Jesus. Think that's ruined you for modern games? Like, you've seen what devs can do with limited graphics. You don't care what. You can see goosebumps on your nose. Show me good art design. Yeah, well, you know, restriction breeds creativity, right? And we're kind of seeing that play out. Have it blow up like SJ's dog or Prince George? Or wait, was it King Henry? What was the Royalicide? Who was the guy who blew up? Blibbit told me. King Henry, that was it. All right. King Henry blew up. The VTuber Blibbit told me. Anyway, now I gotta find a new item. I gotta buy an item from the auction house to level up to a legendary. Let's see. Got 26k about. What's a meaningful thing? Earth Embracer Fortitude? That shit's super expensive, right? Yeah, 90,000, whatever. For just the base version? Ugh. Well, hold on. What's the shittiest item that I have? That's probably working out. Hoop. Yeah, hoop sucks. Cloak definitely sucks. Boots are actually pretty good, but they suck. If that makes sense. So yeah, I'm thinking cloak or boot. Cloak is the worst. But boot isn't far behind. Tridan? Are we doing Tridan boots? 18k and it's already legendary? Well, that's no good. First of all, that's too expensive. And second of all, I need to level... I gotta level something up. What was the cloak? Cloak of Combustion, probably. Probably / maybe. It's more like it. It's super expensive, though. Well, the enchanted one is cheaper than the non-enchanted one. Yo, Bizarre Shard 13 really wants to sell this thing. He has made a sale. Yep. So that's the blue version, and then it levels up into this, which has shitloads of H-Dex, H-Stam, Magic Cold, Accuracy. Yep. And it's the cheapest one, and it's already leveled up. Each shit. Got him. So 15 more. Not trying to buy him right away. Okay, we have a new item to slowly level up. I wasn't about to do anything without an item to be leveling up, right? Put it in the machine. Boom. Alright. You begin to focus your energies on improving your Cloak of Combustion Enchanted. You want to make it legendary. Alright, well, now that we're all situated and I can make sure that I'm still always leveling something up, you read Dark Harvest and wanted to make a darker themed Sylvaneth army. So you were like, I'll add beast skulls as heads. Yeah, like the how do I describe it? Sort of like, like cursed forest witch spirit, animal head, dark tree branch, black tar kind of spooky nature stuff, which is an aesthetic that's I find really cool, like Wicker Man kind of things. And yeah, you are the 300th person to think of that, but first of all, that's a sick idea, and if you do it well, it'll look great. And second of all, yeah, you're the 300th person to think of that, but if you wanted to do like a seasonal Sylvaneth army, this is my autumnal Sylvaneth army, and this is a snow Sylvaneth army, you would be the 30 millionth person to think of that. So maybe 300 isn't so bad. As someone who wanted to start AOS before they axed Beastmen, are Gloomspite Gits as bad as everyone says? No. By bad, I assume you mean like, you know, power level, like, do they win a lot or whatever? They are not as bad as everyone says. That isn't to say that they're very strong as an army or anything, but they're certainly not as bad as everyone says. And keep in mind, this is a very high skill expression edition, where if you're good, I mean game really, not even edition. They did like some people did like a rough ELO calculation on Age of Sigmar, and this was last edition, but it kind of holds true for AOS as a game. And the higher ELO player tends to win like 90% of games. It was actually that high. It was problematically high, even, despite it being a dice game based on dice rolls and randomness and flip a coin to see if someone takes 2 turns in a row, and yet it was like a 90% the better player won when you adjust for faction, like adjust against any factions or whatever. Just if you only look at who's the better player. And I think the ELO discrepancy was like, I want to say 30 or 50 points or something like that. But also, I should warn you that it's not that it's like a weak army necessarily, but the problem with Gits is that it's like 4.5 or 5 totally different armies that don't synergize together, thrown in the same book. And if the devs worked for an hour writing the rules for the book, they worked about 10 minutes for whatever particular race of guys you like the most in the Gloomspite Gits book. So it's a grab bag of kinda half-baked stuff, depending on which guys you like. You gluing Sakura petals to your Sylvaneth? I'm gonna be special. Hey, save some of those Sakura petals for Lumineth players. They're gonna need them. And don't worry, you're both gonna be plenty special. Doing the third thing that comes to your mind that happens to be a really popular thing isn't so bad as long as it's cool. Which may sound like half of a joke, and it is, but also it's kind of true as well. In the absence of like absolute complete uniqueness, doing something you've seen before isn't the worst as long as that thing is actually sick. There are worse things to be than look really cool. You know? That you get more focused on gobos and squigs. Thanks for the answer. Yeah, all right. Squigs are kind of nice. Squigs are decent. You could do some stuff with squigs. It's like squig carpets. Big units. Tons of google-eyed, tongue lolling out their mouth like you're a dog out the window of a car on a highway. A bunch of little gremlins from the movie Gremlin. Actually killing Invincible Stormcast. Who would win? Invincible warriors that respawn when they die, thrown from the God of Thunder's very hand? Or 65 boingy boys? The answer might shock you. Squigs are just critters. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, the movie Critters. Hey, I rented that from Blockbuster. Oh, my knees. You're really lucky you might get a fire beetle eye here. Oh, let's go. Dude, fire beetle eyes are sick. They glow in the dark. So the first time you kill a fire beetle when you're level 2, you know, you get a little light so you can keep adventuring when it becomes night. Goes in the lantern slot. And I mean, you keep that thing for a while. You won't replace it until you kill a will-o-wisp. Get one of those light stones. And then use it as a lantern until you realize it sells for platinum. And you start killing will-o-wisps. Just farming them, trying to get greater light stones. And then you realize there's a quest for it. Unless you don't have a magic weapon, then they're actually immune to your damage and they fuck you up. Become afraid of them. Still need a magic weapon to kill will-o-wisps. In retail EverQuest, I don't know. Probably. In retail EverQuest, though, you get... And on this server, I mean, you get a magic weapon so fast, so soon, that it's sort of irrelevant. Cool little Easter egg, though. I don't know if that's a condition on this server, but you get a magic weapon very quickly on this server. You're not exactly climbing the ladder of, you know, rusty longsword into bronze into fine steel. Looking cool is cringe, real ones dork it up. True. I mean, I could turn on the new character models on this server. You can go hashtag, I think it's Tim. Toggle improved models. And you can hot swap between the new ones and the old ones. Although there's no reason to use the new ones because they're hideously ugly and remind me of EverQuest 2. Which is a game that I really wish they hired an artist for. Because that shit was a goalie. And you get the Loon Boss on Mangler Squigs. It makes a great trophy, and it's really fun to paint. I just hope someday they write rules for it that make it worth putting on the table. Maybe that day is today. I haven't looked at the Mangler Squigs rules recently. Remember EverQuest Next? I do. I do remember reading about that and like, oh, I can't wait for EverQuest Next. Wow, it's got fully destructible terrain and stuff, and it's basically Minecraft. But before that, and I just kept waiting for more information to come out about it, and it just never did. Remember the PlayStation 2 EverQuest? What was it called? Like Adventures in Norath or something like that? I never played it because I didn't have a console at the time. But I saw a booth for it at Gen Con when it was about to come out. Supposedly it's kind of beloved. And there isn't a way to play it because it's just obviously completely dead. Being PS2 only, if I recall, or maybe Xbox too. Allegedly, there's something EQ in the oven. Yeah, EverQuest 3. They're working on it. What's her name? Big China. The lady in charge of EverQuest for the past maybe 5-10 years. Well, more than 10. At Daybreak Games, she did an interview for the 30th anniversary. And they mentioned that they're working on EverQuest 3. Which, and I'm saying this as somebody who really likes EverQuest, isn't even good news. Like, I don't know if I care, man. I hope it goes great. It's just, I don't know. Like, what if you were playing Magic and they came out with Magic 2? You're like, well, I don't know, man. I'm actually enjoying Magic right now. Okay, that comparison doesn't quite work. Because Magic's like legitimately a great game, and EverQuest is absolute nostalgia brain. Funny grindan experience for armchair game designers. And a certain amount of like creativity, Johnny combo player sort of stuff. You don't see an MMO ever really being successful again? Correct, yeah. I noticed a pattern in my many years. And it waxes and wanes. An MMO has the chance to take the world by storm when there is a new medium of technology that is both immersive and connects people. That's the primordial soup from which a random MMO could potentially take the world by storm. So like, when the internet became widely used in households and 3D graphics had just begun, we got EverQuest. And then from that, when normies started getting the internet, and you attach a good IP to it and great art, you get World of Warcraft. And then it was really just 20 years of people trying to copy World of Warcraft and failing, as World of Warcraft itself was in decline. I feel the next opportunity for an MMO is when virtual reality becomes actually good. Like, if you get virtual reality in a place where it's legitimately good, then that's the moment when we could have the next big MMO that takes the world by storm. Until then, I don't think so. Or some Neuralink thing or whatever the fuck, right? Like, if Blizzard announced StarCraft 3 today, you don't know if you'd be hype? Yeah, that's kind of what I mean. Like, they made StarCraft 2. It wasn't exactly the hit that StarCraft 1 was, let's just put it that way. And now it's a million years later, and they're like, hey, what about StarCraft 3? And I'm like, I don't know, man, you made Overwatch 2. You made Diablo 4. I don't think there's any magic left in that company, actually. And Daybreak's like, hey, we're working on EverQuest 3. And I'm like, cool, but the guy responsible for why EverQuest 1 was good is dead. And you're just a different, you're Daybreak Games. You're not 989 Studios. You're not even the people who worked on EverQuest 2. And Daybreak Games operates MTGO and like 7 dead MMOs. And they have 9 employees total, and they make a profit with it. Because they don't pay workers. And they find a few whales to buy bags on the cash store, right? And you churn out the most formulaic EverQuest expansions I've ever seen for a video game. I'm only kind of complaining. It's fine. It's a fine formula. But it is a little threadbare after 30 of them. And look, I still log into retail EverQuest and do everything in the new expansion and then move on. That's the way. But look, I hope it's amazing. Changes everything. I'm not going to wish them ill or even overly make fun of them. I hope it's great. It's like sort of like Warhammer the Old World. I don't care about Warhammer the Old World whatsoever. But I don't hope it fails. I just don't care about it. I hope it's good so the people, who like it are happy. New EQX pack is like the 7-Elevens of Velios. No, it's a bunch of dragons and stuff. It's kind of weird. I don't know. I liked Larian's song better. But hey, alright. That's what you get when you don't have a level increase expansion. You get like kind of nothing. I'll wait. Every other expansion is good. Don't worry about it. Dude, my 125 wizard didn't even get a new spell to cast in the new expansion. What the fuck? But we got personas, I guess, with Larian's song. That was cool. Like, I wouldn't have rolled a Shadow Knight if we didn't have personas, probably. And now I have a 125 tank, so hey, alright. And Shadow Knight gameplay is just as face roll as they said it was. And I'm here for it. It's fucking awesome. Although the damage they deal was, I felt, exaggerated. Maybe that's just you can't read people on the forums and take them seriously or anything. But there's this one post on the EverQuest forums. It's been there for like 9 years. And people keep responding to it. And it's like, Shadow Knights are doing more damage than DPS classes. I'm like, no. Not really. Not even close. You could put them in a situation where they are, but that's more about how strong a DPS is. And group synergies and stuff more than like how good SK is. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. You fell into the water in EverQuest and couldn't get out? Yeah, you gotta zoom in the first person. I know there's controls for it, but I can never remember them. Keston909, first time chatter. First time chatter with a Prime badge? Based. Well, you played a DK as long as you didn't WoW. You're not smart enough to monk tank. You just press death strike and win. It really is that. Also, equip your Epic 2.0 and right click it for 2 minutes out of every 5 minutes. The AoE threat of SKs is the real business. Such a good AoE tank. So free. Love some EQ, where you at? Sebin. I'm killing Froglocks. And look, killing Froglocks for 1,000 hours is what EverQuest is all about. Kind of XP locked myself at 50 at the moment. I'm just getting some AAs and leveling up gear in the power source slot. Chillin'. Didn't notice your comment, Lance. Till now. Is this the second place? Or did I come from here? I hope the Beatles respawned. I must not have came from here. You will live in a VR paradise, and you will live with your rat wife. Rat fucker has started typing in the chat. What's good? I'm just here to use the 10-minute burn. Destructive force. And another one. 33% into the cloak. That's been going kind of quick. I didn't think I would manage to level up this many items. What did we do? 3 of them. It's like 1 an hour about. Faster than I thought it would be. Even considering I shouldn't really be doing this at 50, I should be doing it at 56 in Dragon Necropolis. Animation canceling the loot animation. Okay. It's a lot of tails. Tails are worth nothing. That was what you were doing earlier on a new tune. Ranger, Druid, Rogue. Oh, cool. Ranger, Druid, Rogue, huh? I know Ranger is the shit, apparently. I'm still new to the server myself, so I don't know too much, but I find it fascinating looking at the combinations people are doing. Ranger, they went all bow on this one. They're like, alright, Rangers are just going to be bows, and if later on in future expansions they weren't supposed to be, we're just going to make the bows better. I think that's like a reasonable idea, but I heard Rangers are the shit. Rogues, of course, excellent. Nice. Another box. They call it the Tri-Wolf build. So far, it's a lot of fun. Cool. You're just like a Gigakiter then, I guess, huh? See, I don't know anything about druids, really. I've never played a druid. And so I don't really know what they bring to the table. But I did play a rogue for a little while, and on this server. Rogue is pretty sick on this server. Frontal backstab is excellent. Your poisons are actually, surprisingly, your poisons are like maybe better than backstab. I see a lot of people going like Shadow Knight Rogue Wizard or something just to like pimp out poisons, which is cool. When you read great defensives through reptile AA hot, tons of dots and dot crit AA. Sick. Oh, dots, huh? Okay, I wasn't even thinking about that. Man, my understanding of Druid is just stuck in like 2002. Where I'm like, oh, they have damage shields and they're kind of okay at everything, but they're the worst healers and this and that. I gotta get with the times. I don't even know what their cooldowns are, AA stuff even. I think they evolved into somewhat of a damage dealing healer. Somewhat of like a, supposedly I think they evolved into something of like a wizard healer almost, where you kind of just blast a little bit in between your heals. Although with a little bit of a dot lean. But that's just what I heard. Even on retail, I don't see a lot of druids, really. Your name is SK Bard Wiz. Though, and you love that killing entire zones with 2 buttons is a basic. SK Bard Wizard, huh? So, is Wizard like just there for crazy proc and spell damage AAs that they didn't think that they didn't think that SKs or bards would ever be able to get. Because as I'm looking at that combo, I'm like, Wizard is actually the enchanter of that group. As in, he is the synergy of the group, but you probably don't even cast a single wizard spell. Wizard is just an AA tool. To me, that's sad, because my main in retail is a wizard. And it's sad that you don't even, yeah. But it's a goofy server, right? So I guess who cares? Wizard is an AA tool. Look, everyone can't be the hero of the 3-class combo, right? Somebody's gotta be the main class. The last 2 QAs of the devs, they're actively working on making Wizard more than what it is right now, so there's hope. I heard, have they done this yet, or is it just that there was a plan for it? There's some bard ability. Some 3D bard ability that accidentally has an uncapped scaling on it, so it just AoE destroys everything. And does more single target damage than single target stuff, even though it's an AoE. And there was talk about rebalancing that ability. Dinan's Desperate Dirge. That is the thing, yeah. And so my question is, are wizard spells actually fine? It's just that thing is so OP that you don't use wizard spells? Or is it actually you wouldn't use a wizard anyway, whether that thing is around or not? Because actually standing there and physically casting a spell is just not something you typically want to be doing when you're usually face tanking, unless you're a kite class. I'm just thinking out loud with that. Are they still actively working on EverQuest still? On retail, yeah, they just came out with their 31st expansion, I think. It's a dragon one. I don't like it very much. I played it for a month and then I'll wait for the next X pack. But yeah, Daybreak is still making EverQuest stuff, although it is pretty formulaic at this point. And they're on a skeleton team. Superman is talking about this server, who also has devs. And from all the, I mean, I listened to some dude do a Q&A with the developers. They seem to have a good head on their shoulders, so I appreciate that part of it at least. They toned it down a smidge, it doesn't hit as hard, and it's not as affected by twin cast AA. It still shreds for swarming and still our strongest single target burn, sadly. Okay. Another thing these devs, with this server anyway, seem to be almost uniquely capable of doing, unlike almost any other dev ever for some reason, is they're able to nerf stuff, but it's still good. Like, it was a little too strong, we're going to pull it back, and then when they pull it back, it's actually still good though. And I don't know if most developers can't do that or don't want to, but it seems to be a rarity.
Twitch Prime.
Anyway, I gotta get me some kind of a bard class, right? Because you just gotta have a character that is a bard of some sort. And so would you say you recommend, what was your 3? SK Bard Wiz? That's what you would recommend? You think that's, to you, that's the fun? accordion bard, make them fear you, become ungovernable. Plasma Soul, thanks for the big prime. Thanks for the plasma and the soul. HeyWoah VTuber debut, how did you miss this? This is my little sandwich ogre guy that I play with when I'm just like chilling playing some old game and I don't want a light shining in my eye the whole time. I gave him 1 extra frame of animation though, so I added some production value to it. It's not really a VTuber thing, I just put it there. It's just sometimes you don't want a light in your eye for 3 hours, you know. I'm not exactly gonna unveil a new outfit in a month. Alright, here's my likes and dislikes. Alright guys, for everyone on Twitter or Blue Sky, my art tag is #FreeMumia. Depends on these wizard changes, honestly. If you want a swarming money-making machine, yes. But if you want more boss-focused, you would lean elsewise. So this is like my first guy that I made for the server. And I made him to kill bosses with, for the most part. As you can see, I have no AoE at all. I'm just like single targeting all these guys down. But I made this guy for potentially killing bosses. I don't want to be presumptuous, but I feel like this guy, or this combo should be good for that. But I don't know the server enough, I guess. It's, Paladin, Berserker, Monk. It used to be Paladin, Monk, Rogue, but I used the free switch to go Berserker instead. Because I felt like the Rogue part of it wasn't being supported, really. It was just kind of there. So I hot swapped it to Berserker, which I'm much more happy with. Yeah, he's just a little guy. And he kind of has like a gormless look on his face, which... part of the charm, you know? Alright, as long as I don't get summoned while I'm blind, this should work fine. How long does blind last? There's a chance for you to become blind at several intervals during this discipline. It should end in 1 second. There we go. It's called like Blinding Rage. It's one of the Berserker's cooldowns. Berserker instead of Rogue, I feel fits this combo a lot better. Because what Berserker has is like a shitload of cooldowns. They got a bunch of like 10-minute, a bunch of 15-minute, just big damage cooldowns to use. And I felt like that was probably better than Rogue's consistency. Especially considering all the Berserker stuff is about two-handers. Most of the Paladin stuff is about two-handers, or not most, like half of it. And all the Monk AAs are like primary hand. There's only one ambidexterity, which is a little awkward, but I feel it fits more. It would be very sad, but not unforeseen, if by the time I get to max level and I'm in Plane of Time and stuff, I will end up using one-hander and shield. That would be sad, because two-handers are based, and one-handers plus shields are lame. Unless you're a warrior, then they're cool. But, that one, sword and board AA that Paladins got on this server, or possibly on all servers, I'm not sure if it's a normal one. It's so good. It's actually so good. So maybe it wouldn't be so bad to eventually have to use that. AA is alternate ability, or alternate advancement ability. So this EverQuest, you grind for everything. You grind for XP. But your character level is almost irrelevant. It's all about your alternate advancement points. And you grind these with experience. You can set your experience to be a certain percentage either towards leveling or AAs. I have it all on AAs right now. And then you purchase tens of thousands of points worth of abilities. And this is where you get a huge percentage of your class's power from. You grind for character level, you grind for AA points, and then also in this server, you also grind for equipment power levels to try to get it all legendary. Like the Paragon points in Diablo 3? No. Those are like a super basic version of it, I guess. Because those are mostly just like flat stats and stuff. Alternate advancements give you completely new abilities, cooldowns, like a bunch of them are passives, it's true. But a bunch of them are cooldowns and activated abilities and new stuff to spam. Get out of jail free cards, free extra bind locations, a second teleport, a third teleport, so on and so forth. Really opens up the class. You're almost not even playing the class until you have a certain amount of AAs. Like for instance, on retail, you know, my wizard wasn't even really playing the game until I had like 20,000 AAs. And Shadow Knight was even worse. You need like a truly staggering amount of AAs as an SK before you can even pretend like you can tank. But that's fun. Don't you love grinding? It's the grinder game. We love grinding. Like, to give you an example, there's a... I can't can't remember what ability is, but there's one AA in the Paladin tree here that says whenever you cast a stun, you have a chance of healing the whole group and yourself. And so that like fundamentally changes the way you play your Paladin at that moment. Like suddenly you're opening your spellbook and picking like 2 of the fastest casting low-level stuns you have and memorizing both of those, and now they're part of your rotation. And so as you're just fighting something, now you're casting 2 really fast stuns back to back to constantly be pulsing heals to everything. Whereas before you weren't even casting those spells. And you probably didn't have quite so good... You're like, man, where's all the survivability that Paladin should have, you know? So sometimes getting AAs or getting enough of them like unlocks a brand new way to play that class, for instance. It's weird when you finally hit that point where your character comes online due to AAs. You go from struggling to just stomping. Yeah, Super Mandra. One example is Beast Lord's Bloodlust AA. Ah, yes. It makes weapons proc 100% of the time for like 15 seconds, so it makes you, yeah, an absolute machine. And not only your DPS as an absolute machine, but also like, let's say you're a Beast Lord and a Shadow Knight. And so you press Bloodlust, and now 100% of your hits are converting into procced life taps, for instance. And so now your DPS goes up, but also your survivability goes up at the same time. How much lore is there in EverQuest, and how hard is it to get to? I mean, there's plenty of lore in EverQuest. But it's all like... How do I put it? It's all like discovered and arising lore. There's like, you know, a history of the gods and a history of the planet, and the game has been out for so long that there's now like a 30-year timeline about the things that happened during it, right? It's kind of like a fanciful, it's Dungeons and Dragons with some whimsy, with some artistic whimsy thrown in. And focusing a lot on racial relations, gods and their followers, the planes, eventually, timelines. I love the fact that the server has a catch-up mechanic. The more characters you have with AA, the faster your alts get bonus XP for it. Is that true? Oh, shit. That's kind of nice. What a cool system. I mean, why not let people feel the feeling of quality of life for their alts like that? Sure. Harmless, right? You haven't played 40k in a while, but those new Space Wolf models are starting to look as good as AOS models. Good. I mean, it just couldn't be the case where the same people are sculpting stuff for AOS just better always. I don't know what their sculpting team is like. Ooh, a legendary one. What's the Charles dance from Game of Thrones, except the Primarch. That guy. I looked at that guy and I'm like, oh wow, they're finally making 40K stuff look good. I don't mean it that judgmentally. I just mean like on par with the quality of 40 AOS sculpts. Yeah, Lionel Johnson. I think that's the guy. Far and away the best looking Space Marine they've ever made. Nothing's even like remotely close. To me. Yeah, Lionel Johnson of the Dark Angels. I don't know anything about the Dark Angels, but their Primarch is cool. So they got that going for them, which is nice. There's no real reason for you to kill the little frog boys in here aside from the fact that they are full of XP and gold. Oh man, I am so far divorced from any of the original reasons that some quest might have sent you here. 30 years ago, I couldn't tell you. There are reasons, and they're quaint and neat for their time and place. I can't remember why anything's happening in anywhere. I could look it up and write it up in my own words after looking it up and make a video about it, but right here I can't sell you on it. The lore of it all. Not off the cuff. Although meta-wise, like if we're going fourth wall-wise, I'm here instead of Dragon Necropolis, which I really should be at, but I stopped at 50 instead to be here, even though Dragon Necropolis is better in every way. Me, the player, is specifically here farming these guys because killing Froglocks for 1,000 hours is EverQuest to me. Gawk or Zeb or wherever, killing 100,000 Froglocks, that's what EverQuest is about. And so I'm enjoying my nostalgia for one extra night here before I turn XP back on and just get to 56 and probably join DN groups or something, I'm not sure. It's part of the, like, what'd you call it? Like the all-stars of this era of EverQuest that I wanted to level through. Like I hit Unrest, I hit Mistmore, I did Gawk, killed Nagafen and Vox and stuff like that. I'm just kind of doing a greatest hits. And so I had to go to Old Sibyllus. %, on the cloak. Not bad. They are embarrassed that they had some traitors that sided with Horus, So they killed other loyalists that found out. But now they released Horus Heresy books that all legions had traitors, so their thing is no longer unique. Okay. Good plan. They were also Native American inspired before real tribes asked GW to please not use their religious rituals for your game. And now they are Knights Templar even more than the other Space Marines instead. Okay. Can you please not use our rituals for your game? Is it intolerant of me to think that that's kind of a bitch move? Like, the Pope isn't calling up Games Workshop and being like, can you remove the crosses and the hoods? Like, who gives a shit? It's a game. Maybe I'm only getting half of the story or something, but... More like our Arthurian Knights, but same difference. They did it to Indian Guides too, which is like non-secular Boy Scouts. Non-secular Boy Scouts. I don't know what that is. Listen, natives have had a rough 400 years. You got to give them this little thing. Look, we already gave them casinos. What more do you want? I've given them plenty of money by accident. By getting unlucky at blackjack. It's a scouting program without religious ties. Oh, okay. I was never in the Scouts, so I don't know anything really about it. I know the Girl Scouts sell cookies. And so from an outsider's perspective, Boy Scouts, like, you guys gotta up your game. I don't know shit about Boy Scouts. And I probably would if you sold cookies like the Girl Scouts do. I think they should as well. Or maybe both of them should team up and start. Maybe the Girl Scouts sell cookies and the Boy Scouts sell milk or something. We can't sell cookies. Girl Scouts sued us. Okay, first of all, kinda based. But second of all, also kind of a bitch move. Oh no. Oh no. I don't think you're joking. I immediately took it as true. I'll have you know. Oh, you teleport. Okay. Damn, I was just gonna throw the stone and run off, but alright. Sir? Okay, there we are. Alright, we got some teleporters over here. That's fine. I'll just stay here and kill them then. How about that? We sell popcorn and other stupid garbage. Our Scouts motto was always ready, and they dropped the "to die for our country" part in the 50s. That's a change that I do feel was probably appropriate, yeah. The motto of "to die for our country." Yeah, what about just always ready? Although the 50s is also when they added the allusion to when they added Under God to the Pledge of Allegiance. So it wasn't all roses. And it ruined the poem. Actually, quite a nice poem. And they shoved Under God in there, which was, first of all, ironic and also kind of screws with the tempo of the poem. It's supposed to be one nation indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Has a nice ring to it. And then they put Under God right before indivisible, which ironically divides. And they did that in response to the Red Scare. Anyway, I haven't forgiven him for it, and it shit up the poem. I'm not talking about the Boy Scouts, obviously. Congressman. I mean, setting aside how a Pledge of Allegiance is kind of cringe one way or another, you know? I'm just talking about the poetry of it. Be prepared. Illidan looking down from above, frowning. Yeah, money before McCarthy. Boy Scouts will be the first to meet the Chinese paratroopers. Hell yeah. Nah. Chinese paratroopers, our roof Koreans can handle them. We got that shit on lockdown. Don't try it. Melting pot, bitch. We don't have a Pledge of Allegiance. Oh, in the Scouts? Yeah, I don't think I expected you to. Asking kids to recite such a thing, just as a concept, is sort of fucked up. The poem itself I rather like, at least the original. Brog's up. I'm brogging. Big Brog. The Mongols made him build a wall, so perhaps look for Mongol allies. $83.9. That cape. Yo, Evercrack, let's go. True. Grindan. Mongols ended up winning anyways until they assimilated them too. Look. That's what history is full of, okay? Every single person living on land has it because their ancestors killed someone and took it. That's how the world worked for 60,000 years or so. Oh wait, I got the side rooms still. Oh. Bag's almost full. Okay, well, one more AA point, how about? Is it the middle? Yeah. Another 50%. Ish. Oh no, stunned. Oh, a special guy. That Darnite is usually not there. Do you think Darnites from Sibyllus is what inspired Darman to be called that for his YouTube channel? Was that the instigation? The inspiring point? And we'll do the 10-minute burns. Might go blind. It's fine. As long as I don't get summoned. Without knowing either of the two, yes. It's not worth looking into who Darman is or what his YouTube channel is about. Because Iron Mouse used to watch him all the time. And I fucking hated it. Because it reminded me of being in Arizona in the like small time film industry. And having to work on projects like those. That were so fucking bad. Although one of them was funny, so it's all worth it. Yeah, Myconid Priest. Rare. Special guy. Look at all these tails. They are worthless. I'm almost about to run out of bag space. At least for the bags that auto sell. Destroy them. Get out. Man, he posted a Photoshop picture from his days on set with Brazers when the small little blonde girl is surrounded by a couch. Did he used to work for Brazers? Oh, damn. A fellow adult entertainment industry film guy, huh? Remember. See, I knew we naturally had more in common than just AOS stuff and streaming and whatnot. Those are oh, you said photo. Didn't even register that you said photoshopped. Well, that changes the story then. Yeah, who's to say if it was real or not? Oh, it's the Duke, Archduke Laetol. Or maybe Eotl. It's probably a capital I. The Duke. Alright. That's it. It's time to sell. Oof. Damn, the sell 160 things with one click is so satisfying to me. From having to do it one at a time for so long before Retail EverQuest added the sell all in bag feature. And even then, it's one bag at a time, right? Anyway, what are we? What percent are we at? %93% on Cloak of Combustion. Okay, so the next like 10 guys I kill, that'll Cloak of Combustion will become legend. Not bad. Good grinding session. This is a fine place to stop. I think that's it, right? 28 AA points. I should be able to get Hasten Destructive Force all the way up. It's time to finally level. Oh, hey, thanks, bud. I got a mod rod. Let's fucking go. Where is he? Oh, he ran off. I was gonna thank him. Oh, there he is. Thank you. Don't need this, but appreciate it. Good work. Anyway, fine sesh. It's time to level up now. Kill all the Kunark dragons and finally begrudgingly get to max level. Hey, alright. Thanks for being here for the big grindo session. Preesh. I'm going to answer this question in chat, though. Was GMing for a friend, her son, his friend, and his friend's mom this weekend. Sadly, the son insisted that his wizard should get the +1 sword after picking it up over the party's rogue, and the rogue could buy it off him. You'll finish the second session, but you're not GMing for them after this introduction. What a selfish guy. Look, this is a tabletop. D&D is a collaborative storytelling experience, right? You work as a team. You gotta be a team player. I don't know, maybe that's just my thing. Anyhow, thanks for watching. Thanks for the subs and the bits and the primes. See you guys later in the week. I won't subject you to EverQuest too often, so don't worry about it. But appreciate this one anyway. Who knows, maybe we'll get some AOS news. Thanks for watching.